Hello everyone, and welcome to Act 2 of Bonds Thicker Than Blood. This act contains chapters 24 to 39. This is also the music version, where songs will accompany the reading. If you desire no music, or would rather read the story yourself, all the links will be provided down below in the description. The video is fully subtitled, and the main characters are color-coded as you can see on screen. Lastly, if you enjoy this content, leave a like and subscribe, as the feedback is greatly appreciated. Thank you for tuning in, and without further ado, I hope you enjoy. Chapter 24. The boat sways back and forth on the ocean's surface, heading into the morning horizon. Though the sight of the warm orange sky is beautiful and calming, Hotaru and the others have their hands tightly bound together. The dozens of surrounding sailors keep a clear eye on them as they are strapped together by their torsos against the mast of the ship. Hotaru, Aziza, and Fidir are relaxed for the situation, thanks to the removal of the bags covering their vision and the hours of brainstorming amongst themselves. Isamu, however, refuses to stop his struggle. Hotaru has told him several times to stop, worrying they might kill him for his rage. His grunts flow along with the gusts of wind, and the others get pressed against the hard wood each time he lunges. "Please stop, Isamu. You will only burn through your strength," Aziza begged. "That's not gonna happen. I won't patiently lay around for them to kill us. Don't you think if they were going to kill us, they would have done it already?" Isamu finally stops. Hotaru takes a relieving breath. "Huh? I thought the same thing too," Hotaru added, thankful her body is safe from slamming against the mast. "They must want something out of us. You think it might be gold, since we have connections to Grandma?" "Maybe," Hotaru pondered aloud. "Ransom seems the most obvious reason, but could they have not really been able to swarm her easily? Something about this doesn't seem right." She turned her eyes over to Fidir. He appears to be resting as his eyes are closed, completely still like a monk praying. "Are you okay, Fidir? I would think if anyone would freak out, it would be you." He reveals his brown eyes to them. They are focused deeply at the stairwell, heading towards the cabins in the lower deck. "I was just wondering as well. It sounds like they don't want to hurt us." "Yeah, right. They had no problem clocking me in the head." "That's true. But why keep you alive if it's gold they are after? All they need is one of us as a bargaining chip for Pimiko," Aziza chimed. "Because if they killed me, Grandma would refuse their trade. She would destroy this whole ship and its crew without a second thought. Do you believe Pimiko stands a chance against a whole crew of pirates? After what she did to Robin Hood, I doubt anything can really stand in her way," Hotaru interjected. "Would you lot shut your yaps?" a pirate shouted from across the deck. "Why don't you make me?" Isamu snapped back. "Run that by me again," the burly pirate responds, stomping towards the mast. "Enough!" Everyone turns their heads to the stairs that lead to the lower deck. Heavy boots make their way up, and the person that stands before them is the captain. However, she is different. Her silk hair is short and black, with a section covering one of her hazel eyes. Along with her yellow bandana with a tattoo-like design, her pirate's coat is a deep pink, with the trousers being a murky brown, and her hobble is gone as she stands and walks proud. Unlike her men, her skin is clean and her grin is bright. Her beauty is reminiscent of a siren, alluring unsuspecting innocents into her trap. It's hard to believe this is the captain. She has transformed from a bumbling drunk, looking for an easy pay, to a confident and cunning leader. "My apologies, Captain," the sailor begged. Without a word, she nods her head over to the tied-up group. The sailor darts towards them, untying their bindings before returning to his post. They rub their wrists gently to relieve some of the pain from the tight, scratchy rope, yet it is futile. Hotaru has red rings wrapped around her wrists, likely to stay for a while. "Stay where you are, or I will gun you down," she ordered, placing her hand on the flintlock's handle on her waist, tightly tucked in the pocket of a shining belt. "What is it you want from us?" Hotaru asked, So you lot have already figured it out then. If that's the case, let's get straight into it. The ship is setting sail for the isolated kingdom of Edina, and I want one of you to infiltrate and steal the castle's treasure, the bottomless pot. Hotaru is stunned by her request. Never would she have guessed something so strange. You captured us because you want us to steal a pot? What makes this pot so important? That's none of your business. Then we refuse, Isamu interrupted. She pulls out the gun and cocks it. Is that so? Well, unfortunately, you don't have much of a choice. The nearby sailors swarm them like bees, withdrawing their weapons as well. Their cutlasses shine in the morning sun. I like myself the feisty ones. She chuckled with a flirtatious charm. Maybe you have what it takes to excite me. But as for the rest of your party, I'm afraid they are sitting ducks without their weapons. So that's what you want then? Isamu shouted, glaring down at the nearest sailor, ready to strike at a moment's notice. You want us to ruin our name for the sake of getting you some worthless item? I'd rather take my chances with you rotten sea slugs than a royal army. With her offhand, she takes from her coat the red orb, similar to the green orb. She tosses it up from her palm, catching it over and over. She grins at Isamu, toying with him as she winks. I like your style and thinking, kid. Many of my own men could use that kind of bravery in this line of work. However, this will change your mind. Fidir jumps in. I knew it. You are the pirates that took the orb from the pyramid, replacing it with the magic key. Is that what that map was? Isamu belted. Weeks ago, Isamu brought up a map they found in the pyramid. He said it had 6 dotted locations on what he presumed was the world map. So this crew of pirates is after them. Aren't you a clever priest? The truth is, I know your mission as well. And without this, you can kiss fighting Baramos goodbye. If you understand the stakes the orb holds, then why keep it away from us? She scoffs, shrugging her arms. What Baramos does is not my concern. He's going to destroy the world, Hotaru blurted. You saw it yourself. What he has done to the land, and the monsters that roam free. I told you, my crew and I aren't concerned with his plans. If that tyrant dare comes after us, we will put him back in his place. Hotaru's teeth grit and her fist curl. You're an idiot if you think you have what it takes to push back against him. And you think a lousy bunch of kids can? You couldn't even manage a resistance against a group of rogues out at sea. Fidir places his hand on her shoulder. We can't convince her. She is set in her ways. He stands firm, facing the captain. But while you may not be scared, something tells me you're relying on that gun as a last resort. You some sort of psychic or something? Because you talk with mighty confidence that I won't put a bullet in your head. She redirects her gun back to him. You help us, and we give you the orb. Deal? What do we need to do? Fidir asked. Hotaru is shaking and breathless. She's afraid of one wrong move and they are done. But Fidir is stalwart. He doesn't cower or shy away from the barrel of the gun. He stares down death like a fearless warrior. It's like he can read her mind and is anticipating her next move. She scoffs. As I stated, you will sneak in and grab the bottomless pot. We will dock not far from the castle, and we will wait until dawn for your return. Otherwise, we will assume you failed. And how exactly do you expect us to get in without being seen? With this. She puts away the red orb in exchange for a vegetable. It looks like a carrot with the color of a potato. There is also a huge hole in the center making it appear like a bracelet. This is a fading Jenny. Eat the whole thing and you will turn invisible for a brief amount of time. Unfortunately, I don't know its exact location, but its effect should last long enough for entry and exit. Isamu flinches back. That's outlandish. That looks like any other crop. How are we supposed to believe you're telling the truth? You will have to trust me. She speaks the truth, Fidir added. Isamu looks to Fidir, but the conviction he holds couldn't be stronger. Isamu lowers his voice. Okay. And even if it does what you say, how many of those do you have? Just the one. The sale price on these things are a fortune, but I only need one of you to go in, and my coin for the best candidate is the silver-haired one." Aziza snaps her head up. The whole time she appeared to be lost. "Why me? No need to play a fool. I've seen your capabilities on that pier in Portuga. Your speed is perfect for a get-in, get-out kind of operation. I won't allow it. Either we all go or no one goes." "It's okay, Samu. I will do it." "But how do we know this isn't a trick? If you get captured, we have no way of rescuing you." "I won't get captured. There's too much on the line for me to blunder." She takes a step forward. "I will go, but you must promise to keep my friends safe, regardless of the outcome. It's a done deal and a promise." She places her gun back into her holster, and the sailors return to their post. "We will arrive by sunset. I suggest you lot rest until then. Your rooms are still vacant, so it's best you wait there unless you wish to sleep out here." She tosses the fading Jenny to Aziza and waves her off as she heads down the stairs. Aziza stares deeply at the vegetable, while the others gather around her, discussing their concerns, yet she is set in her ways. Hotaru wishes to find whatever words to help, but she feels useless. Nothing came out after what she said. The captain's words ring in her mind. Those words weigh heavy. Could she truly win against evil when others are more deserving of her title? The world needs a fearless hero and leader, not a young girl who is way over her head. Chapter 25. A slight rain falls from the cloudy sky as the night rises. The air is cool with a moderate wind that adds to the chill. A murky moat surrounds the isolated castle, resemblant of a fortress with fortified battlements of stone and ballistas stationed at its crenels. However, at its thin walkway to the castle door is a single guard. The man is stout with years of age on his face. As he waits like a statue, the gate behind him opens, revealing the lobby of the castle. A younger guard walks up to him with a salute. "Dusk approaches," he said with a proud voice of higher authority. "You did well today. Grab some grub in the barracks and report there." "Now's my chance," Aziza thought to herself. He doesn't respond, only nodding to confirm his word before he heads into the castle. As he reaches the gate, the young guard halts him. "Hold a moment." "What was that?" "What do you mean, sir?" the older man finally replied. He shakes his head. "It must have been my imagination. Continue as planned." The older guard resumes his path, and once inside, the castle gate closes. He walks past the lobby, down the hall where at the end lies a grand stairway, then making a right towards the kitchen. The halls to the kitchen are littered with guards, like hornets in a hive. With each step closer, a fresh smell of stew draws his attention. He enters the crowded kitchen. Dozens of tables are filled with people resting and bantering over a tasty meal. As he glances around, a young, abrupt voice distracts him. "Nice to finally see you here," another guard greets him, sitting at a table eating at the fresh stew. He waves him over like a flag in the wind, and despite his obnoxious volume, no one pays him any mind. "And here I thought they might leave you out there to freeze." The older man moves to the pleasant woman in an apron at the head of the kitchen. She gives him a smile as warm as the meal, and he nods. He makes his way over to him whilst being careful not to bump into the others seated around the dining room. He drinks in the soothing warm liquid that relieves his chapped lips. "I'm getting too old for this." "You'll be fine. A little cold weather never hurts anyone. In fact, it probably gets your mind racing and blood pumped. Aren't you supposed to be getting ready for your next shift? Come on, don't be like that. I was just making a jest, but you are right." He continues to sip the broth of the stew, unamused by his words. "Your next shift is in the basement?" "Sure is, and I just recently learned that the reason we are stationed there is because of an Adenan treasure that's been guarded for centuries." The older man peeks his head up from his bowl. "Well, what is it?" "Oh, so now you're interested. He rolls his eyes, leaning his head back. Just tell me already. Okay, fine. It's known as the bottomless pot. He wiggles his finger as if he was a magician at a child's party. Finally, some confirmation. And what's that supposed to be? From what the rumors say, it's just as it's named. It is capable of holding an infinite amount of anything. It could even hold the entire ocean. That's poppycock, he shouted with disbelief. That sounds like something I would hear my grandkids spew out. Oh, but it's not. The archives in the library point it to be true. And why would this bottomless pot be helpful to anyone? From what the tomes say, it was used long ago to uncover shrines from the ocean floor, said to have been created from an ancient race of fish people a millennium ago. One of such shrines held another ancient relic they crafted known as the ultimate key, which could open any door without fail. Really? A key? I was hoping to hear something more interesting than that, considering it comes from a time supposedly the goddess walked the earth with fairies and dwarves. Sure, a key doesn't sound all that interesting, but that is only the tip of the iceberg. Until then, however, we only know of one shrine's location. What are you two babbling about? A guard of higher status with battle scars on his face approaches the table. His armor, unlike their generic gray steel, has streaks of blue with large and shining medals on his right breast. The young guard bounces from his seat and up to his feet. Nothing, Captain. Just headed back to work, he screamed. Then come along. There is no time to dawdle. Yes, sir. He saluted, and the captain led him out of the kitchen. I will talk to you later, he whispered. They strut through the hall, passing by several other soldiers that are heading to their post. So today is your first day being stationed in the basement? Yes, sir. You understand the amount of responsibility that befalls on you? Yes, sir. Good. For a basic rundown, the basement is located in the same hall near the stairway to the king's throne. As they pass the stairs, he gives them a quick glance. I've never been there, sir. I have always wondered what is up there. Other than His Majesty and his advisor, there is a path to the roof of the castle. Why would there be such a thing? His Majesty likes to breathe in some fresh air and look over the land his castle lays on, paranoid of any intruders washing up on his land. But enough about that. Back to the task at hand. Pass by a large stairway with a red carpet that rolls down to the lobby. They reach the end of the hall. A steel door which appears to have been here before the castle awaits them. The captain hands the young guard an old key, though he is hesitant at first. You will need this. This is used to get in and out of the basement. Only you will be posted there until someone takes your place on the next shift. He motions for the young guard to open the door with his newly acquired key, which he does. The door loudly creaks open, and before them lies a dark opening that is blacker than tar. While the young guard is anxious, the other steps in with the same confident strut, as if he had night vision. You coming or what? Yes, sir. He shivers in with the door slamming behind him. He yelps like a scared pup. And with each step into the darkness, Aziza has her eyes on him like a hawk. He bumps into the captain, and awaits for his next moves as his legs shake. Right before you stands the final door that you will be placed in front of, he said, pointing to a door in a worse condition, with a dim sconce revealing its ancient rust. You will stand in front of this door guarding what's behind it. It's very important that no one gets in. You understand? The young guard's voice is as hollow as the sounds of their footsteps, barely filling the dead air once they reach the spot. I said, do you understand? He shouted, his commanding voice echoing along the decrepit stone walls. Yes, sir, he whimpered. Good. Now I will leave you to it. The young guard tries to get another word out as his anxiety spikes. However, the leader makes his way to the other side. The door opens, letting in a brief, gentle light from the lobby shine in. Yet it isn't long as the door slams shut. The door echoed violently, and once it stopped, he's left in complete silence. He doesn't move or get into position as he stands in the darkness, surrounded by its cold embrace. "It's fine," he muttered, his voice shaking. "It's only me in here. Just me and this door. At least I hope so. Okay, that's enough. He trusts me with this job, and I plan on pulling my weight. Not only is the pay good, but I might make my way up the ladder and end up being the king's right-hand man. I might even be a retainer for the princess." A goofy grin smears across his face as he swoons. On to the next phase. Light footsteps reverberate near him, and he snaps to his right. "Who's there?" he screamed like a banshee. He finds nothing there, nor does anything respond to his cry. His teeth chatter, and his voice shakes like a tremor. "He never said I couldn't take a bathroom break. I'm gonna go do that." He speeds over to the entrance, nearly crying, and again a brief light eliminates the dark before quickly becoming gloomy again. In the cold, empty room, a jingle rings in the air, and the knob of the treasure's door turns. With an eerie and loud creak, it opens, revealing a chest made of dilapidated wood. Soft footsteps make their way over to it, and soon it cracks open. Inside is a gold vase with a fish's mouth as its opening. The moment the vase lifts from its chest, a dark skinned hand reveals itself around the handle. It continues to spread further to show a brown cloak and silver hair. "I was hoping that would last longer," Aziza whispered as she brought the pot close to her chest. She gazes at its beautiful design, turns her eyes over to its opening. The hole is fairly small and is pitch black. As the legends of the pot fill her mind, she snatches a pebble from the cobblestone ground. Carefully she drops it in and waits, and waits, and waits. She brings the pot close again like a mother holding her newborn baby. "Now, how am I going to get out of here?" She steps to the entrance of the basement and places the fragile key into the lock that she picked from the frightened guard. She cracks it open ever so slightly to peek into the hall. The path to the entrance is swarming with guards armed to the teeth, leaving only an opening into the king's throne room. With not much of a choice, she waits for the opportune moment to emerge from the darkness. She counts the guards that pace the floor, studying their pattern. She finds it, and slides through the slit of the heavy door. She guides the door, quietly closing it. Loud banter closes in, and she bolts up the nearby stairs. "What was that?" a guard blurted. At the top of the stairs is an empty audience chamber. No one is nearby, but stomps make their way up the steps. She doesn't have much time. As she remembers their words, she makes for the glass pane exit at the front of the room that leads to the roof. "It's over, thief." She snaps her head to the throne to find the captain from before. He steps from behind the throne with a crossbow drawn. I knew my senses were correct. Such a salty smell could only come from something belonging to the sea. "Hand over the pot, pirate, and your sentence is bound to be shorter than life." She covers the golden pot behind her cloak, and guards from below rush up the stairs with bows drawn. She is right at the door, but the moment she turns her back, she will be shot. Her mind races as they step closer. Then Fedir's words ring in her mind. Aziza sits in one of the cabins, closely examining the fading Jenny. Upon further inspection, it has spikes like a cactus, but they do not sting. As she ponders, a knock along with a voice interrupts. "Can we come in? We just want to talk." Even with the stress that lays before her, that calming man's voice is hard to ignore. The door is unlocked. The door is pushed open, and Hotaru, Isamu, and Fedir await on the other side. While their faces are full of worry, she gives them a forced smile that she has a hard time agreeing with. They step inside. "Is there anything we can say to stop you?" Isamu started. "I'm sorry, but our lives are on the line for this orb, and I will do what is necessary. Throwing yourself to the wolves isn't necessary. We left Alihan together, and we will go to Adina together. Maybe if we just talk, they would be willing to listen and let us borrow it," Hotaru added, her voice not so confident. "I wish it was so." However, I think if they notice this ship, we are most likely to get captured for trespassing. Aziza had a brief chat with the captain about the operation. Adina and its people are a fearful bunch, scared of what lies beyond the ocean. They have refused trade and all other interaction to the outside world to avoid confrontation with monsters. Luckily, their land is fertile, able to sustain their own resources for the time being. Pirates share rumors of the treasures that the land holds, but any who dare trespass are sentenced to death as their secret cannot escape its walls. I hate to admit it, but you may be right, Pezibear said. He takes out his staff and holds it out for her. Then take my staff. I can't take it. It's yours. He shakes his head. It's ours. I believe in your ability, but if things go wrong, you can use it to blind them for a chance to escape. You needn't worry about magic either. The staff will do all the work. He's right. That thing's power put Hotaru and I into quite a daze. While she is reluctant, she takes a hold of the staff. She gazes at the blue, pretty crystal that sits atop it. Now she has another reason to succeed. To return things back to the way they were. We will be waiting for your return, and if it comes down to it, leave the pot behind and save yourself. I would rather us all receive a lashing from these pirates than have you suffer alone in a dark dungeon. Pezibear ordered, and the others nod to agree with his words. The guards get close, and with her offhand she reaches to her back. A bolt from his crossbow is released, but Aziza swiftly dodges and the glass pane shatters. She whips out the steel staff and slams its hilt onto the ground. A light builds inside the crystal, and soon a flash bursts from within. They try to block their eyes, but they are too late. The captain peeks out from the throne he used as a shield. Cunning trick for a thief. Tinkles of glass echo towards the roof. The outside freezing wind caresses her skin. The chase was on. After her, the guard shouted with a commanding wave. They shoved through the broken door, covering all areas of the roof. Find her! No one is on the roof. Only the ballistas aimed far out to the plains stand. Their shuffling is closing. Time is running short, and there's no exit other than back to the throne room. Her mind weaves an idea as she looks out to the grass. It's risky, but it is all she has. A loud splash erupts in the night, and the guards peek over the railing of the castle. In the moat, they find Aziza swimming onto land. She is soaked to the bone, swarmed by the freezing air, but it doesn't hinder her. The cold now is like a summer day compared to the frigid touch of death. Fire, he ordered. Arrows fly at her, and though she dodges a few, her reflexes are shot, and one nicks her in the leg. She winces as she limps away from the castle, the cold playing as a double-edged sword, nullifying most of her nerves, her mind focusing on providing safety to the golden pot. Another volley of arrows fly in the sky. However, a harsh wind like a brutal storm catches them, blowing them into the moat. What the? A fireball collides into the castle walls, and Aziza looks up to find Isamu dashing over to her. I got you, he reassured like a knight in shining armor, lifting her with ease over his shoulders. He runs past Hotaru and Pezibear, who are slinging wind and fire spells. He reaches the gangway with the others closely following. At the deck of the ship, the castle is quite a distance away with their arrows out of range, yet they still hurry pulling in the gangway before sailing off into sea before the ballista has a chance to strike them. Chapter 26. The rain and wind pick up as the ship sails to the east, swaying peacefully like matching a partner's rhythm in a dance. Despite the harsh weather, the captain and her crew stayed on the deck, eyes peeled for something far beyond the sea. Hotaru takes a moment to gather some fresh air from the deck, while the others attend to Aziza and her wounds. Hotaru makes her way over to the captain, who appears to be lost in thought. Her stance is powerful like always, but her eyes are aimlessly wandering unlike her crew. So you're the hero of the group, she said without turning away from the waves. Seems your grandmother put a lot on you. kinda like that Ortega fella. Some hero I'm turning out to be, Hotaru thought. After helplessly watching her friend dive into the lion's den, how could she believe she was worthy of the title? However, she didn't leave to see the captain to soak in her insecurity. She had to know more of her. From what Pezibear said, she is not as ruthless as she seems. In fact, Aziza mentioned trusting her as well along with what she discovered. You know more than you let on. Aziza told us why you wanted the bottomless pot. Tell me why the ultimate key is so important to you. You're our hostages, remember? You do our bidding without question, and you don't become one with the sea. After what Aziza went through, I only think it's fair that we know where our efforts went into. After all, I see us more as allies than prisoners. You are close to my grandma and know more about my dad's relationship with her to have simply heard rumors. If you were as evil as you make yourself out to be, he would have told us to avoid the sea at all cost, claiming pirates to be cold-blooded killers. Quite a naive girl, just as the boy was, she muttered. You want the truth? I was an admiral of Portugal with a ship dear to me called Vento Eterno. My crew and I took to the sea, fighting uncertain battles, sailing through wicked storms. It was a good and exciting life. I lost my title and ship after our battle with Baramos. All I have now is my crew. Not only did you know my dad's cause, but my grandma as well. However, you speak of them as people you despised, yet you helped. After that day, I had no intention of keeping my relationship with them. But it seemed no matter how far I went, she hounded me like some mutt. She came to me with the offer to guide some heroes across the sea in exchange for Japan's gold, but I had no intention of helping anyone. I just needed some pawns to collect the pot, and after seeing you all in action, I accepted her request. At first, I didn't recognize the old coot, but once she brought up your hero's journey, it all flooded back. To think that after having our sorry butts handed to us, she still returns to the fight. She stops for a moment as sorrow fills her eyes. Pimiko never did describe the day Ortega died. Hotaru only learned of its aftermath once the king told her Baramos lived. From the people she ran into, the battle was bigger than she thought. People from around the world were involved, yet she grew up ignorant to the world. The captain was right. Hotaru was naive. Anyway, back to your question. The ultimate key will release her from the shipyard where she is forever bound. Once she is free, my crew and I will sail the seas, returning to our former glory before Baramos' return. Then you would rather wander about, reminiscing about better times than helping our cause to get them back? You still have a lot to learn. We did once, and that is how we ended up here. I'm going to be honest with you, kid. Going in there is suicide. But if that is what you will do, I will drop you off in Portugal after this is all done. Just know that this whole saving the world thing is a bunch of drivel to keep the hopes up of those who don't understand. Hotaru tries to ponder the words that might have the captain reconsider, and though her belief is saddening, she looks satisfied with her plan to sail endlessly. To live a simple life, Hotaru thought. How can I fault her for wanting it? The reason I fight is for the same thing, and without the help I have received, I would have taken the same resolve. About time, she exhaled as she looked over to a coral reef peeking out from the ocean. The coral is a lifeless color with sharp spires surrounding it. The ship drops its heavy anchor and rapidly slows its approach to avoid collision. It takes a moment for the ship to stop its advancement, but the powerful waves make the ship rock back and forth. The captain steps over to the bow, where a rough sailor awaits her. She removes the bottomless pot from her coat and hands it to him. Start draining the water and be careful with it. We only get one shot. Yes, Captain, he answered. With the golden pot in hand, he secures a rope to its base and carefully lowers it to the watery abyss. It kerplunks, quickly sinking deeper until it disappears in the darkness. In its place, a small whirlpool is created, sucking in the water like a bathtub drain. In seconds, the coral ascends with many of the fish in its sheltering formation scattering. A confident chuckle escaped her lips. The bottomless pot is working. How such a thing exists is unworldly. A small pot capable of disturbing the ocean. However, with disturbance comes agitation. A screech echoes in the ocean, closing in faster than the draining of water, and the captain withdraws her gun. She adorns a grin of determination. Listen well, hero. If you think you and your party can defeat Baramos, then prove it. Become unwavering like your father, but fully understand first what you're getting yourself into. From the ocean, giant fish, twice the size of Hotaru, land onto the deck. They screech as they glare down at her. Their scales are green and cover their star-shaped head down to their tail fin. Their teeth and eyes are sharp like knives, with claws longer than daggers. With an unpleasant and loud battle cry that sounds like scraping steel, they lunge. Ready yourselves, men. We got mermen aboard. Hotaru draws the attention of one, while the captain another. As the sailors join in, more emerge from the depths, sinking their claws into the hull of the ship. Violent cries as their slain echo in the air, and the powerful scent of gunpowder coats the ship. Hotaru locks her blade with a merman's mouth, glaring each other down with the intent to kill. A shout startles them both, and a golden claw impales into its skull. It collapses, disappearing into a pillar of light. Isamu! We heard the captain and we will help out. Fidir runs up from the stairs and blasts the nearest merman off the deck with a sudden wind spell from his staff. He joins the others, tightly gripping the staff as the ship quakes. What about Aziza? Hotaru screams, trying to overpower their unified screeching. She will be fine. Isamu drives his fist past Hotaru's head and into another merman. Now less talking and more fighting. She nods and together they charge into the fray, wiping out the opposition with brutal strikes and blistering slashes. A sound erupts from the bow of the ship. Rising from the ocean is a temple covered in seaweed that lifts to as high as the mast of the ship. Captain, the shrine has revealed itself. The sailor with the returned bottomless pot calls out. Hey, you lot! The captain rang out to Hotaru and the others. Defend the ship until I get back. It shouldn't be long. She darts up the bowsprit and jumps to the opening of the shrine. She lands with grace and continues her charge into the temple with a few of her crew behind her. Even though the crew's manpower has thinned, so have the mermen. With great synergy and numbers, the mermen are left to retreat. However, peace has yet to come. The freezing rain pours heavy, and the wind blows with the might of a raging storm. What's going on? Hotaru yelled. Something big is approaching. Fidir answered, his eyes closed, appearing to listen to the sounds of nature as he was positioned toward the closest taffrails of the ship. He takes a step back to the center of the ship, his eyes narrow. It's fast. Get away from the rails. The ocean's waves reach over the deck of the ship. The salt water flows down through the stairs into the cabin and slams into its side like a wrecking ball. A visceral bellow tremors. Large bubbles surround the ship as if in a boiling pot. A sailor panics. By the goddess, it can't be! From the ocean depths, its booming bellow vibrates their organs as it emerges to the surface. A wave slams into the hull, nearly knocking them to their feet, potentially overboard without Fidir's warning. It's as giant as the ship, and dark as the clouds pouring the heavy rain. Its several tentacles reveals itself from both sides, and it opens both its massive yellow eyes the size of castle doors, staring down Hotaru. It's Squidzilla! A pirate screamed. Load the cannons! Push that thing back! It slams its tentacles onto the deck, and the ship violently rocks. The barrels roll and shatter, spilling supplies onto the deck or ocean. The remaining pirates struggle to follow through with orders. Haphazardly, they fire their guns at its head, but their bullets are absorbed into its squishy body. They cut into its limb with their cutlasses, and even with Hotaru and Isamu aiding them, their weapons bounce off, leaving minor lacerations. Fidir flings spells of fire and wind, yet nothing happens to the massive squid as it continues its onslaught. The beast of the ocean is different from other monsters they fought before. It is immortal. It takes its giant eye and finds Fidir, lifting its other tentacles. Fidir braces, and as it falls, a knife flies through the air, piercing into its eye. It screeches with a bellow that rumbles the waves, nearly capsizing the ship. Its tentacle comes down and Aziza pushes him out of the way. "Aziza?" Fidir cried out. She readies another knife, jumping back to avoid its strike, throwing another knife into the same eye. She has a slight limp, but braves the pain with a snarl. "Don't worry about me." Its wounded eye has sparkles of light dripping from it, the light being a sign of hope. The monster grows furious, quickly taking its tentacles, grabbing hold of the ship. With strength beyond compare, the ship shakes as if struck by an earthquake, and with a bellowing roar, it rips apart the ship. Hotaru slides down to the newly created rip at the center of the ship. The sharp planks look like teeth belonging to the jaws of death. Is this where it ends? The massive waves slam into both segments, and without their combined weight they capsize. She crashes into the freezing water. The ocean is as black as night. The sounds of chaos are muffled. Her friends are lost as imminent death embraces her. Chapter 27. Fidir slowly opens his eyes as he groans, shuddering away the particles of frost accumulating on his eyelids. With each breath, a ghostly fog exits from his mouth. He holds himself tightly to shield himself from the relentless falling snow. He spins around with haste, looking out beyond the flat, endless tundra. No one is in sight, and the loud wind muffles his steps. "Guys, where are you?" he cried out, but the wind absorbed his voice like water with a sponge. "Hotaru, Isamu, Aziza." He has been searching for several minutes, roaming around the icy shore. He remembers the Squidzilla destroying the ship, but as the cold water soaked him, he passed out. He has no clue how long he drifted, but it all must have been long, as he has never seen land covered in snow. While his heart tells him to continue his search, his mind and body knows that any longer and death will soon follow. The cold embrace of his damp coat has him sleepy, ready to drift away in the night. However, he brings his hand to his torso and lights a fire spell so strong adrenaline fuels it. Though it helps heat his core, it won't last forever. He has to find shelter quickly. Knowing that waiting around will bring him an early death, he trudges forwards in hopes of something that can save him. Despite the danger swarming him, he isn't afraid. This feeling he carries of strong will has been prevalent in the recent months. He felt this fire against the captain, underneath the pyramid, even against the Queen of Fairies. It's like something deep in his soul grants him a second wind, pushing him to brave the chaos, enhancing his mental state like a superpower. However, while he carries no fear, he does carry worry. "Please, Goddess, let them be okay," he whimpered. He pushes through the blizzard, counting the amount of time that has passed. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. The number keeps rising, yet the land never changes. He recalls the moments before he was awakened by the unforgiving snow. On the ship they fought against that monster, but they lost and it destroyed everything. He ponders if he is even alive, doomed to wander the endless frozen land. The snow blows out his light, and in his weakened state, he cannot reignite it. The safe haven he held is gone, and hope is fading. But through the blisters of snow, far in the distance, he sees something that shouldn't be possible. He squints to see in the distance a structure, a tower. There's no light, but it is enough to bring him warmth from the inside. He picks up the pace, nearly sprinting to its entrance. At last he arrives to be greeted by a staircase that looks to climb up to the heavens. He could not stand around thinking of why such a place exists, or if it's a mirage. Energy was fading, and this bland tower covered in snow was his only savior. He pushes up the steps, and with the staircase surrounded by walls, he no longer feels the cold embrace of the wind. His footsteps echo in the dark and hollow tower. Like the tundra, the path is endless, and he can't even begin to think of what waits for him at the top. Finally, he reaches the last step and is bewildered. The top is open to the outside, yet the wind is not present. There isn't a single torch in sight. However, it is bright as if the afternoon sun was up. He steps forward into the large room to find 6 empty pedestals, except one that holds a silver shining sphere. No doubt, the silver orb. He moves to it and stares into its reflection to see his face partially covered with a thick frost. As he reaches his hand to grab it, another face appears in the corner.
"You have arrived,"
an echoing monotone feminine voice said. He snaps around to find 2 women with black long hair covering their eyes, still as statues, side by side, wearing an ancient orange dress with a head ornament with horns. "Who are you?" he asks. Again, he carries no fear. Together they speak.
"We are the guardians of Remia."
They point to the center of the room to where a large gold-spotted egg lies. Fidir's eyes widen. "Remia? You mean the legendary phoenix that is the servant to the goddess?"
"You know of the scriptures."
"Of course I do." He jumps up with excitement as he gazes at the egg in awe. "It's one of the first teachings told to us when we were young. The goddess needed to reach the dark world to stop evil from spreading onto ours, but she couldn't reach the land of depravity. So she created a majestical phoenix with white and gold feathers that could shine through any corruption. Once born, she mounted her creation and shot through the sky, piercing through into the other world. Many people gossip about how when a shooting star flies through the night, it is her coming back for a brief while to look upon her land."
"We're very impressed by your knowledge, but it is only fitting as you are just like us, devoted to the goddess, physically and spiritually."
Fidir looks down at his vestments. "They probably knew I was devoted to the church, but how can they be guardians of Remia? Her guardians ordered the task of watching Remia thousands of years ago." Though he can't see their face, their creepy chuckle sounds as if they can read his mind.
"The goddess would be most impressed by such a devout follower of her teachings. However, there is more to the story. She could create life, but needed the faith of her people to maintain it. Knowing this, she created the 6 orbs which are infused with the belief of the ancients, her people. Being a divine creature, Remia doesn't die, only rest. And until all 6 orbs are reunited at this altar, she will be forever in an eternal sleep. In turn, our existence is only possible if Remia sleeps."
"So the silver orb here is one of them?"
"Correct. The other 5 are unknown to the world, but along with the orb we hold another relic."
One pulls from her dress a wooden flute. "The echo flute!" he shouted. Another relic passed down by the goddess. "So its purpose is to find the orbs? For years we believed it was used to summon her servants from across the globe."
"You are indeed correct in your assumption, but what you describe isn't entirely correct. The echo flute has a sister known as the Lyre of Ire, which does as you stated. However, it has found its way back to its original home. For now, watch closely."
She brings the flute to her lips, and with a gentle blow, a soothing melody plays. Along with the sound of the flute, wind from the outside whistles with it. He looks up to the sky to see gusts of sparkling wind blowing to the east. It flows peacefully through the blizzard, shining through like a glorious aurora. She lowers it, and the aurora disappears in an instant. Yet the silver orb has a pillar of light that reaches the sky, which remains for a while longer.
"One lies to the northeast, isolated in a mountainous land."
"Wait," he said. "If you understand our mission, then you must know where my friends are. They are important, and these orbs without them mean nothing to me.
We're sorry. The flute only aids in the search for the orbs. Perhaps like you, they have scattered throughout the land.
Then I must find them.
You cannot escape the tundra through normal means.
He watches as they pull out a familiar wing.
This will let you off this island. Imbue it with your magic and take off to the sky.
He grabs hold of it and sighs. Not this again. If it's anything like last time, how would I even know where to go? I don't even have any magic left to imbue the feather.
We will play the flute that will provide guidance, and the silver ore will grant and bestow insight of the magic you hold deep in your being. This is unfortunately all we can offer.
He faces the stairs and holds it up. Its blue light that swarms the white feather grows more opaque, yet he senses no power. Maybe there's another way we can do this? He begs, anxious of the flying. He spins around and is left alone. The two women are gone, as well as Ramia's egg, yet the flute's melody plays with clarity. All that is left is a silver orb that sits alone on the pedestal. He shakes his head for a moment as he walks over to the orb. He lifts it from its pedestal, and suddenly the harsh wind blows through the top of the tower. He can feel a strong energy flow through him. The wind speeds by, but he can see every flake of snow shoot past him as if he saw in slow motion. He catches his breath and looks to the northeast where the wind blows. The magical dome darkens, and the chilly wind embraces him. He attempts to shield himself from the brutal snow, watching as a magical light sways to the east. The air is colder than it was outside the tower. The silver orb was the tower's last line of defense from the harsh weather. I guess I don't have a choice now, he whispered, holding the feather to his chest, praying for it to quickly work. The light grows, and once engulfed by its blue, bright light, Vidir zips to the sky, screaming with a screech to pierce through the harsh tempest. Chapter 28. The door to the huge throne room bursts open. Your Majesty, the guard calls. We have brought the intruder. Aziza is dragged into the room by the burly guards. She tried to fight her way out of their grasp, but their ambush was too much. She awoke on a nearby beach, and before she could think, she was attacked. Her mind races, not only for her friends, but her safety. Her thoughts draw to a blank as she spots an old, sloppy man with food stains all over his red coat. As he sits on his throne, he has two beautiful dancers on his lap that he grabs tightly, rubbing his pudgy fingers across their smooth, exposed skin. Their young faces are nervous, and they squirm every time he latches his massive hands onto them, like a farmer onto a cow's udder. His smile is devious, and his laugh is sinister. It makes Aziza sick. Good. Bring them in, he answers with a gurgling deep voice, revealing his yellow-stained teeth. They toss her cold body by the black boots of the king. She smacks the floor and splashes ocean water from her drenched cloak onto the shining tile. She gathers herself, but doesn't have the strength to rise. She tilts her head up, only to spot the king eyeing her down like a piece of succulent meat. Aren't you a pretty little thing? He coos. That soft skin and that silver hair. You would make a wonderful addition to my ladies. He's practically frothing at the mouth. His cracked lips quiver. She's disgusted by the suggestion and forces herself back up. The thought of being submissive to him has her on the verge of vomiting. What's wrong with you? She spits out. You are a disgusting piece of vile. He reaches out his massive hand, grabbing her chin, silencing her. His hand is dry and coated in scabs. And feisty, too, she breathed out, his breath smelling like horse manure. She snaps away and gags. Get away from me! She draws a knife from her cloak. However, the guards are quick and retaliate by holding spears to her throat. How can these people defend this man? Where the hell am I? He chuckles and speaks softly. Now, no need to fret. What I offer is a deal of a lifetime, and I think it's only fair. After all, You did trespass onto the land of my kingdom. Our ship sank and I ended up here by accident. She growls. Where are the rest of them? Have you enslaved them? First time I'm hearing this. Surely this disaster would have been reported to me post-haste. He looks over to the guard. Well? There was nothing to note near the kingdom's edge. We found no resemblance of a ship, and she was the only one we found. However, she did have this. He pulls out from his pocket the shining green orb. Aziza is shocked, quickly checking her satchel. But for once, the king appears to be mad with rage. He pushes the dancers off him as he raises. His eyes bulge from his head like some nightmarish monster. He points and screams, Take her to the dungeon. She will stay there till her bones are picked clean by the maggots that await her. They grab her arms and drag her away. She screams out for help, watching as the guards hand over the green orb to him. One guard drives his fist into her head, knocking her out cold. Hey. She holds her head and her vision refocuses on her surroundings. Her head is thumping and her body is weak. She is freezing. Her throat is dry and her stomach is growling. Just trying to lift up has her ready to black out. A young man takes a seat in front of her. She finds herself in a small cell. The room is completely empty, and the stones are broken and freezing. She peeks out of the cell to barely see a pile of human bones across the hallway, in another identical cell. The hallway appears to be endless, as she can't see anything within the pitch-black darkness. Unlike Romaria's dungeon, it is eerily quiet. Not even rats or bugs scurry or crawl. It's good you're okay. It looks like you took quite a beating. Here. He wraps a shredded blanket around her, grabbing her attention back to it. It's not much, but that's unfortunately all we have. She gazes into his innocent eyes. He's a young man with his face covered in dirt and a strong scent of waste. He adorns armor like a classical knight with spiky black hair. He is extremely thin and his hands shake as he outstretched his arm. I am the son of the great Simon, wielder of the legendary sword, Mountain Cutter. Weird way to introduce yourself, she answered, keeping her eyes on his expressive hands. Other than the repulsive smell from his body, he's friendly and appears to have no intention of harming her. In fact, he looks rather happy with his inviting smile. In a dank and dark place like this, it is uncanny. I guess you are right about that. I share the same name as my father, and my goal is to find him. Despite him being weak, he shoots up. I was to take up the mantle and defeat the Archfiend just as he did. Your father fought against the Archfiend? Of course. He, with some of his mighty friends, were able to bring an end to the Archfiend's plans, bringing peace back to the world. She ponders. He wouldn't happen to have allied himself with a man named Ortega by chance. He gasped as if breathing air after taking a long dive. You know Ortega? Wait, you mean to tell me that you are the daughter of Ortega with the same wish as I? By the goddess, how fate has brought us together. Calm yourself. I'm not Ortega's daughter, but I know someone who is, and we are fighting against the Archfiend as well. That's excellent news. We shall break away from these chains that bind us and set forward to achieve our destiny. Aziza tries to lower his voice with subtle gestures. If your goal was to find your father, how did you end up here? He takes a seat across from her on the dirty floor. I came in hopes of talking with the king about his whereabouts. My father and he used to go way back, so I thought he might have a clue on his location. However, the moment I come in, he locks me away in this dungeon for a lifetime. How could your father possibly be friends with that monster? That's just the thing. That king is not the man my father and I remembered. I believe he is under some kind of curse or spell. He would never take the life away from someone for a simple wrongdoing. Now that you mention it, when I was dragged in, at the church they were holding a funeral for someone. From what the locals were saying, he was executed for talking ill of the king. He shakes his head. Such barbaric indiscretion against one's own people must be served justice. We have to end this mad king's reign. So far from what Aziza had gathered, she drifted to a place where none of her friends washed up to. She noticed the tall mountains from the beach, but with the lack of poison and monsters, this place couldn't be Necrogon. With not much of a choice, she has to play along with the young man's plan, and simply hope for her friends to be in a better situation. With the guards swarming the area, it's going to be impossible. And how are we going to unveil the truth if it is a curse? Unless you're suggesting we assassinate him. His eyes widen, shocked by the words. Nonsense! We're not killers, we're heroes! He leans in, finally whispering as Aziza has been doing. I have spent 6 months planning on my escape, but I think with you here we might have a chance. I'm listening. We should keep hush for now, but once the night arrives we will execute the plan. Hold a moment. I want details. Where are we and why should I trust you? He smiles with confidence. Firstly, we are in my hometown, Minoza. And secondly, you and I share the same goal. We both seek the 6 orbs. Heavy boots echo closer. The guard is making his rounds. He stares down every cell, undisturbed by the human corpses. The unfortunate prisoners who are still alive are curled in a ball to gather warmth. Others are completely still like the dead. As the guard makes his way back, a moaning catches his attention. He quickly scans to see Simon on the ground, quivering. Thank the goddess you're here, he cried. I think that food went straight through me. Please let me use a restroom, or even hand me a bucket. I don't know how long I can hold this raging force back. The emotionless guard removes the key from his belt. Make it quick, but no funny business. The cell opens, and he steps in, standing over the writhing man. A slight smirk peeks from his lips. That was Aziza's cue. From the darkness, like a shadow, Aziza reaches her hands around his neck. What the... He snaps before Simon springs up, slamming heads together. He falls to the ground, and as he lifts up, both their fists connect with his face. His body goes limp with no resistance. Quite a shame. That guy always spoke of how he felt bad following the king's actions. Hopefully he can find it in his heart to forgive us. That little act is what you came up with in 6 months? Partially. Anyway, let's hurry before he wakes up. They dart out the cell and to the end of the hall. Even with the loud commotion, the other prisoners are silent as they glare. They reach the top of the stairs, laying low to avoid detection, cautious of stepping into the light, peeping into the depths of the dungeon. Simon spins around. Our next stop is the treasury. There we will find what we need. Luckily, with the king being nonchalant, as of his chains, so have his guards. He takes a quick peek to find no one in sight and gestures her to follow. They run through the nearby narrow hall, passing by the grand doorway to the throne room. They make a right turn to find a small garden outside the castle walls, near the castle's rear. As Aziza keeps her eyes peeled, hands on the hilt of her blade, he makes his way past the beautiful pond and to a small shed. He opens it, and a smile spreads across his face. This will work. From the shed, he takes a heavy ladder and looks up at the outdoor windows of the castle before he sets it. Aziza sneaks over to him, breathing in the calm scent of colorful flowers and looking up at the clean white castle walls that are complemented by the moon's light. If she was with her friends, she imagines all the kind of banter they would have. A soft sigh leaves her lips to the thought. She places her small hand to her chest, hoping that they are safe, looking up at the same night sky. All the while, she is thankful for Simon. At the beginning, he was shady, but has quickly proved his worth, occasionally thinking if she could have even managed to get this far alone. From his quick wits down to his bravery, it makes sense that he would have trained just as Hotaru to fulfill both of their father's prophecies. However, a thought crossed her mind. Would he happen to know where they ended up? But such questions would have to wait. The ladder was nearly set. She had to refocus and be prepared for anything. Finally, he places it nearby and points to a covered window on the 2nd floor. The treasury is on the 2nd floor with the king's room on the 3rd. He climbs up. We will find Rosmir first, and then from there we can use its power to reveal his true form. She follows. Are you certain it would be here? It has to. This castle holds two ancient relics that are opposite of each other, Ra's mirror and the Mod Rod. Hopefully we can find the mirror, and not the other way around. He reaches the window and carefully pushes aside its rouge drapes. He struggles to squeeze through the awkward opening, while Aziza is much more elegant, as if she was liquid. Aziza steps to the wooden floor and is starstruck. The room is covered with glimmering chests that by themselves would be worth a fortune. They are placed all over in random spots, making it seem like a tornado blew in, leaving only a smaller chest sitting atop a golden pedestal, placed on a red drape which reaches the blue regal tile. Wait a moment. He halts by using his arm. It seems innocent at first, but a mimic may be lying among the crowd. What is that exactly? Devilish things. They disguise themselves as chests to attack unsuspecting adventurers. You stick your hand near one and it will reveal its sharp teeth, taking your arm for making a wrong choice. Do you think it's the one in the middle? She asks, peeking at the innocent chest. His eyes close as he ponders. You would think it unlikely, as it's the one front and center. But maybe the king knows that and it is a mimic. Or perhaps he knows that I would think that and so it's not a mimic. However, maybe he knows that I know that... Found it, Aziza said, opening another chest to find a shining mirror. He shoots up with shock. All the chests are open and in her hand she holds a golden mirror. Where did you find it? Well, it wasn't the center chest. That one has a few coins, same as a lot of the others. It was actually under the pedestal covered by a cloth. Here, I also found this for you. She hands him a clean steel sword and pockets the gold for herself. Clever man, that king. Wait, but I told you of the mimic. You should have been more careful. I understand your concern, but time isn't exactly on our side. I just took a page from Isamu's book, and if we found one, we would deal with it. Isamu? Is he some sort of special someone? He is special to me, but he's just a good friend. He pumps his arm and whispers, Yes! He clears his throat. Now with the mirror, we shall expose the king for who he really is. He leads back to the ladder, climbing up to the 3rd floor. The cool breeze picks up, slightly swaying the ladder. Again he pushes aside the curtains and loud, unsettling snoring reaches them. Carefully he steps onto the carpeted floor, with Aziza shortly following. Once her weight is off the ladder, the wind takes it and it slams into the dirt. They freeze as the metal echoes for what felt like minutes. Thankfully, the king stayed asleep. They inch over to the side of his oversized bed. He smells of days-old food. His outstretched body is spread across the entire surface, and his pillow is covered in drool. They give each other a nod, and she lifts the mirror to his large face. They glance at the mirror in horror to find a reflection to be a massive, grotesque troll. He has rashy orange skin, fat rolls all over its body, pointy ears, a large oval head, and a long green slimy tongue hanging off the bed. The mirror shines with a blinding flash, and the king transforms into the troll. The troll's bulging eyes lift, but his voice is the same. You dare barge into my quarters? He takes his crusty giant feet with overgrown black toenails and slams them to the ground. The room shakes with each step. He stands as high as the rich chandelier that hangs over the bed. From his torn brown loincloth, a brown club with spikes is withdrawn. It seems you have learned too much. The archfey must not know of this blunder. The troll slams his club into the ground, cracking the floor as a flaunt of power. Simon draws his new sword. Aziza does the same with her knives. Let's end this and bring peace back to the people of Minoza. Aziza agrees with his words. This will be revenge for the distraught he has caused her. Her blood boils. Her eyes narrow. You can never be forgiven. I will happily send you back to the hell from which you came. He lunges forward, cutting into his thick skin, Aziza with a knife flying with him. However, the monster simply laughs as their strikes are repelled as they bounce back. Aziza jumps onto him, springing off his limbs to reach his head. She impales a knife deep in his skull, but he doesn't flinch. He grabs her tight with his offhand. He squeezes her small frame, compressing her like a stress toy. "You're such a cute little thing when you wiggle around," he moaned, bringing his tongue close to her face. "Hearing you scream would please me more." He crushes her bones and she cries out in pain. Her organs smash together like trying to squeeze juice from an orange. Her screams grow into yells. Her usual calm and collected mind bellows like a bloodthirsty savage. "You will die in this hall. I will sever your head from your disgusting body." Simon stabs again to his body, but no matter how many times, he won't budge. He shouts with rage and plunges his sword deep into his skin. As the strike pierces through, the roof breaks open and something covered in a blinding blue light drops onto the troll's head like a meteor. Dust from the roof scatters across the room, and Aziza is finally let go. The troll crashes to the floor, dazed and confused. Aziza, with a war cry to rival a vicious beast, charges the fallen troll. She jumps past his fat gut, holding a knife in each hand. She drives her blades into his face with the strength and speed of a ruthless killer, relentlessly stabbing into his mouth, eyes, skull, tongue. Nothing was safe from her wrath. In the midst of the troll's ghastly screams, along with hers with every plunge, she can't bring herself to stop. Every gash and scream is music to her ears. She promised him a painful death, and she wasn't about to break that vow. Her brutality goes for several seconds, the troll no longer resisting. Finally, the release of death saves him as a white light takes him. Simon tries to hold her back. "Ease yourself. It's over. He won't bring harm to anyone ever again." Tears flood her eyes. The thought of a bigger creature has her seething with rage. Baramos will pay for this. No one should have to suffer what these vile monsters have done. To me, or to anyone. And he will. We will fight to vanquish him for good this time. But please take a moment to relax. Anything more will be careless. She drops her knives to the floor from exhaustion, and their metal sound rings as they clang together. A soft voice groans from the fading dust. They look over to see a young man in a familiar coat. Without a thought or caution, she runs over to him, holding him soundly. Finally, she can breathe easily. "You're okay. I didn't know where you were. I tried to hold out hope, but I was starting to think you drowned when they said no one else was found." She holds Fidir tight, his warmth comforting, aiding her in forgetting the awful torment she had to endure. "Rest your eyes, Aziza. I was worried too. If it wasn't for the help of so many, I don't know if I could have found my way, but I'm so happy I did." "How did you find us?" "I used a chimera wing. It felt impossible to see anything, and it was only with the use of the echo flute that I found a light. At that point, I held the goddess by my side and dove straight in, though I was hoping not to crash into any buildings." "The echo flute must have guided you to the orbs then," Simon announced. It seems that what that troll was holding was a death sentence waiting for him. They look back to see Simon holding the green orb in one hand with a white staff in the other. He hands them back the orb. Looks like he was able to maintain his illusion with the mod rod. He puts out his hand with a confident grin. His voice deepens. "And it's great to finally meet you, good friend of Aziza, Isamu." Fidir is hesitant to speak with the confident man. He dons a charming grin, flaunting his armor and blade like a fairy tale knight. Aziza rolls her eyes, unimpressed by his act. She wanted to grant him the benefit of the doubt, but it is clear as day he sees Aziza more than an ally. "Who is he?" Fidir asked Aziza. To put it short, he is Simon, and Simon, this is Fidir. His heart looks like it's shattered and his smile disappears. "So this person is that special someone?" Fidir looks back to Aziza for answers, but she switches topics. "We don't have time to explain." Footsteps shuffle into the destroyed room and dozens of armed guards charge in. Chapter 29. His body flinches and turns. He mumbles in his sleep. His body and eyes shoot up. He leans up from the cozy bed, heavily breathing as he checks his surroundings. "Where am I?" Isamu muttered, unfamiliar with the room he resides in. He turns his head slowly. The walls are decorated with inexperienced drawings and various toys scattered along the floor. He finds himself in one of the many beds next to a wall with a window with morning light pooling in. It's pleasant compared to what he can remember last. The outlandish result of such a nightmare has him confused. Was it all a dream? He speculated, looking to his shirtless toned body in hopes of finding proof. His thoughts are cut off as the sound of a door shuts. He spins to find it. From the wooden door, with several lines across its center, a child's voice echoes downstairs, and heavy footsteps quickly make their way up. Too dazed and scared to move, he watches the door, awaiting what lies before it. It cracks open to reveal a dwarven man in dirty overalls. Unlike Nordy, he is much older and has a large beard. "Finally, you wake up. The kids thought you were dead, but hopefully this will reassure them." His smile is kind and his voice is calm, though gruff. His body is huge despite the short stature. His height roughly the size of half the door. His arms are like tree trunks. Below his white hair on his face are dozens of battle scars. He steps over to him, offering a calloused hand. "Can you stand?" Isamu answers his question by rising out of bed with ease. His body is a little sore and cold, but nothing he can't manage. However, as he looks to the small bed he slept in, the old dwarf hands over his green gi jacket with the golden claw on top. "You were damp when you were found. Decide to dry off your shirt at least. You must be hungry. Dinner is just about done. Follow me." Isamu follows, realizing he did wash ashore. From his words, it's safe to say he was the only one found. However, this doesn't worry him. He believes they are fine and worries first and foremost about his own situation. "Where are we exactly?" he asked. "We're in the town of Mur. You washed up ashore and one of my kids found you." Isamu takes a moment to remember that night. Everything comes back to him in one fell swoop. The monsters, the raging storm, the destruction of the ship. Things were manageable at first, but it all went wrong so fast. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, and part of him wants to scream and blitz out the door to find someone he knows. But any hasty action will result in less answers. It's what Pimiko advised. Was there anyone else? "Afraid not, kid." He knew the answer was coming, but hearing it still sinks his heart to his stomach. "I can't stay for dinner. If it's alright, I would like to thank you and be on my way." He places an arm in front of him. "Slow down. Running a random direction will only get you killed. Eat first, and we will hear what you have to say." He tries to take a moment to calm down, putting on the remainder of his gi. It's warm and fresh like baked bread leaving the oven. Seems Grandma isn't the only one with that sentiment, he thought, wondering how he keeps a clear mind like Pimiko. They arrive in the kitchen. At the table, where a pot of delicious stew sits atop a pretty fabric that covers the surface, 5 young kids wait patiently at the clean table. Their anxious faces stare at Isamu as if he is being dragged to an execution. "Come on, young ones. It's rude to stare," he said, his voice husky. They turn back to the table in unison. "Sorry, this guy is no normal caretaker," Isamu pondered. From the way he walks, announcing his presence, his stern voice is commanding and frightening even without raising to a shout. His eyes shift often to where he is constantly on the lookout like a military scout. He belongs on a battlefield, not in a home for kids. His voice lightens back with a friendly smile. "They're good kids. They still have a lot to learn, though." "These are your kids?" "In a sense. I run a daycare in the village, so I take care of them on my own during certain times of the day." He takes a seat at one end of the table with Isamu on the other end. He goes around filling the empty bowls with a scrumptious stew full of fresh meat and vegetables, brimming with color. Once Isamu's bowl is filled, he chows down like an animal worried of losing their meal, while the kids stare at him once more. Isamu lifts his head to the dwarven man, afraid of a scolding. Must have been really hungry. Didn't need to eat so fast for years, and it wasn't until recently I started enjoying the stuff that was being served. Nowadays, meals are to be shared, not only with me and the kids, but also the goddess. Isamu comes to a full stop. His bowl is practically empty, and he wipes his dirty face with a nearby napkin. My apologies, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt your prayer. Don't be. Please continue. It puts a smile on my face to see you enjoy it so much. It's really good. It reminds me a lot of what Grandma would make. Is that so? This recipe I learned from a dear friend of mine. He was quite a cook, and I'm sure you would have loved it. Ashamed Ortega couldn't try it. He swallows quickly, and the hot broth burns his throat. The nostalgic warmth is bitter as he connects the dots. Pimiko's fighting style wasn't the only thing she passed down. Dad? He coughs. The kids turn to him, and the dwarf stops sipping the broth with haste. Hold a moment, kid. You know Ortega? Ortega is my father. Stop pulling my leg, kid. Ortega only had one girl, and if I remember her name was... He struggles to finish the sentence, only able to find the name because of Isamu. Hotaru. He pauses, leaning his elbows on the table. His face was full of questions. Who are you? My name is Isamu. I'm not related to Ortega by blood. I was brought into their family when I was a young child. I'm traveling with her along with some friends to stop Baramos. The kids clamor together. Who is Ortega? Who is Hotaru? Who's Baramos? His eyes widen, and his jaw drops. Head outside and play. From the pain in his eyes, Isamu struck a nerve. They grow silent as his scowl reveals itself. Without a word, they dart through the door, briefly letting in light from the outside. Isamu freezes in place, as if setting off a bear. The man's roughed face looks fueled with hate, but also sorrow. It's like 1,000 words are floating around in his head. Eventually, something comes out. Baramos lives? And now he sends his daughter to finish the job? What happened to you, Ortega? He looks Isamu dead in the eyes. Who put you up to this? He gulps. Grandma. The dwarven man ponders for a moment. Pimiko. She always was one who pushed us to fulfill prophecies. I knew something was familiar with the ingredients you used. It tasted like home. I may have figured out who you are as well. He manages to chuckle. Listen well, kid. I'm a nobody who fought alongside your father to stop Baramos. However, even with all our soldiers and allies that rallied with us, he was too strong. In our position and in a final desperate attempt, we only had one option. Throw him into the volcano and pray for the best. Ortega sacrificed his life to push him in. It was regrettably the only way. As it was over, we used the 6 orbs to seal the place off from the world in hopes it was enough. Yet now, it seems Pimiko wants revenge for what he did to her son. But we will win this time. Hotaru, Aziza, and Fidir have been training, and so have I. We understand the situation at hand. That's why I need to find them. He snorts. That upbeat optimism is naive, but you got guts. You may not be blood, but you have the spirit that he did. Answer me this. How is Ortega's daughter doing? Well, she turned 16 a while back, making her the youngest of us, but she is no pushover. Yet sometimes I feel like I need to watch over her. Nevertheless, I believe she will be able to handle her own. We argue sometimes and don't see everything eye to eye, but I'm proud to call her my little sister. Reminds me of how we all saw Ortega. He chuckles briefly. Now answer this. Can you come to terms that you may have to watch her die? He flinches back, unable to speak. How could you ask me a question like that? How does he expect me to answer? Again, this question haunts me. Can you handle the guilt that will cling onto you till your final moments? He mutters softly. I thought I could. But now I live my life in atonement, waiting every day for the goddess to take me. Grandma has brought it up before, he sighed. Our ultimate goal is to protect the heroes so we can bring peace back to the world. That includes throwing our lives away for the greater cause. And that is a reality I can live with. As long as she is safe, what happens to me is out of necessity. So Pimiko has changed after all these years. He takes a sip of his stew and lifts from his chair. Pimiko was always trying to find another way, but it seems she finally understands what must be done to bring peace. As long as you understand and share her belief, then I will help. Now guessing that you know of Baramos, you understand what is needed to reach him. Yes, sir. The 6 orbs. He goes over to a large counter at the table, wrapping his hands around it. With a heavy grunt, he pulls it back, and what is revealed is a dusty iron chest. At the center is a big lock with thick chains, appearing ready to rust away to a simple touch. He pulls out a key of the same time period. You will need this then, he said, placing the old key into the lock. It cracks open, and the chains drop to the wooden floor, emitting a heavy sound. With a loud creak, it opens, and inside the chest shines. He pulls 2 objects from the chest, a horned black helmet that is in pristine condition, and the yellow orb. He hands over both items. This helmet belonged to Ortega. Give it to Hotaru. And the yellow orb, I was told to hold for safekeeping. I don't know about the others, but each one of us was to hold one. There was another who fought alongside us by the name of Simon. He would be your best bet. He takes hold of the orb, its power pulsating, driving him to find the others. Where is he? I haven't spoken to him since our departure from Necrogon. There is a wise man on the outskirts of town who carries many documents of history. He may know. Thank you so much for your help. Hold a moment, kid. Remember, Baramos isn't a joke. His lair is crawling with monsters that belong in the depths of the underworld. I have no worries for you, but your friends need to come together and understand that. Any doubt that floats around your group, and you're as good as dead. I understand, sir, and I know they do as well. Finally, Isamu finds a lone house out on the open plains. Nothing from trees to animals are in sight. With a heavy breath, breathing in the fresh air, keeping the orb in pocket, while the helmet remains in his hands, he reaches the door. He brings his fist to the entrance, but a sudden voice stops him. It's an old and young man bickering between each other. He places his head to the door to hear the old man. So you came here to learn some information of where your father is? You think I'm some sort of psychic? The young man retaliates. Feigning ignorance won't work on me, old man. I know you play a mean act, which is why I have something in exchange. The old man gasped. My goodness. That's right. Spill the beans if you want this so badly. Here's the problem. I don't know where your father is. As I said, I'm not a psychic. However, there is a legend that might take you to him. And that is, they say that at midnight, a ghost ship sails from the estuary of Portuga to the lakeside of Romaria to pick up lost souls. If your father was worth anything, he might be there. You think this is funny, old man? You suggest I make a trade for some made-up legend? Hold a moment. I got something to help you young'uns. If my words aren't good enough. A large thud erupts inside. What am I supposed to do with this bone? Take it with you. Romaria isn't far from here. Just a little while to the west. Now that's all I got. You're just gonna have to take my word. So I shared my end of the bargain. So how about we finish this deal? Whatever. Just take this stupid thing. A slam emits from inside, and the door flies open, smacking Isamu on the head. He reels back and holds his forehead while looking down. That was pretty careless of me. And who are you supposed to be? Some assassin trying to get the jump on us? He spots the young man as he rises to his feet. The swordsman has dirty black hair and adorned shoddy iron armor, with a sword which has seen better days. "I don't want trouble," Isamu responded. "I just came here to see the old man to learn about a guy named Simon." The man scoffs, placing his hand on his hilt. "And why would some martial artist want to know anything about my father?" "Father? Who is this kid?" A familiar voice calls out. "Isamu!" From out the door she appears, and more confusion enters his mind. "Aziza?" She wraps her arms around him, and he struggles to move. Pezibear soon steps forward with a snarky grin. "This is surely an interesting way to reunite. I would think we'd have to rescue you." "I'm glad you're okay," he chimed. "Ah, so this is Isamu!" The young man cheers, flipping an attitude like a switch. He gives up his rough and tough act for something more regal, yet his heart looks saddened. "So who are you anyway?" He elegantly bows. "My name is Simon. My father and I share the same name. He was a legendary hero who wielded the mountain cutter." Isamu scoffs. "Finally, something is going my way. I was looking for you. Your father holds another orb for us to find. We have to meet him immediately. I'm glad we share the same goal, but I'm afraid I don't know where he is. Maybe we should go to Romaria and see if this ghost ship is real. And if not, we might find Hotaru there," Pezibear added. "Plus, after all the crazy things we have seen so far, a ghost ship wouldn't surprise me." "So Hotaru isn't with you guys?" "A lot has happened. I suggest, however, we explain everything so far as we travel." "Sounds like a plan. Been a while since I had a good walk." Isamu looks down to Aziza, who is still holding him tightly. "You can let go now." "Sorry," she coughs. He takes a moment to hold his aching chest. It's painful, but oddly relieving. Let's hope we find her soon. At this point, this girl might crush her bones the longer it takes. Chapter 30. "You guys went through a lot. I can't tell which is worse." Isamu mulled over with his thumb resting under his fuzzy chin. "Both are not ideal, but I don't think I would last a second if Aziza and I switched. If it weren't for Simon, I don't think I could have lasted either. However, you had to blindly trek through a blizzard." "Alright, enough of this pity party for you two. I was just thinking aloud," Isamu said. Isamu got the full story several hours ago, and yet it was all that could be said during the trip back to Romaria. He enjoys the company again, but the constant trouble they speak has him on edge. Compared to them, he was in a dream. But what of Hotaru? Could she handle being in a prison, or trudge through a barren tundra? Whatever it may be, she could be suffering the worst of all. Isamu couldn't dawdle any longer. He had to hurry. It's what was expected of him from his peers. With the night at its peak, and the moon directly above them like a spotlight, they continue heading west, as the old man suggested. Though the journey so far has no road or landmarks, the path forward is familiar. Simon leads the pack, lost in his own thoughts, with the others slightly behind him, chattering amongst each other. Thankfully, no monsters are near during the chilly night, allowing them to breathe in the peaceful air they have longed for since they set sail. Several minutes pass with Isamu breaking the silence, no longer able to endure the anxiety. He groans. "I have to say, even though she was pretty bad at controlling it, I miss being able to fly around." "I second that," Pezibear added. "I don't enjoy the sickness I feel afterwards, but it was so convenient. Never thought I would hear you of all people say that." "Do you think Hotaru is okay?" Aziza quietly chimes in, looking up at the beautiful stars. The dreaded question of the day, Isamu thought. "Of course she's okay," he answered with a confident smile on his face. "Any monster she runs into is probably more scared of her." "Do you really believe that?" she asked with her eyes sinking into him like daggers. He chuckles, his facade fading. "I try to, though I do worry sometimes. You are her older brother. It only makes sense to worry. Maybe it's a bit selfish to say, but I miss when we used to all talk together. It was a good way to forget what we went through, if only briefly. Now it just isn't the same without her." Fidir jumps in. We will find her. If the goddess has aided me to Aziza, then she will take us to Hotaru. He shakes his head. How many times do I have to tell you? You found Aziza through your own merits, and we will do the same. As their eyes meet, Fidir has a spark with a violent fire. Isamu tries to match his energy, but can't find it in him. Part of him wants to believe Fidir is right. So far, what he says holds some truth, and while he doesn't believe such drivel, he might be willing to put aside his belief, swallow his pride, for whatever means to keep Hotaru safe. Then, a glimmer of lights shine in the distance. That must be Romaria, Simon announced. To think we would be back here, Aziza said, back when our biggest threat were those Bunnicorn. I miss those days, Fidir sighed, taking his eyes away from Isamu. The castle grows closer with each step, and soon the lake is in sight. To the west of the castle it sits, spanning out beyond the horizon. Its tranquil dark blue color has small spread-out sparkles, like sprinkles on a cake. The lake's water is within reach if they crouch to the ground, but there are no ports for ships. Isamu takes a moment to soak in the sight. I didn't even realize this lake was here. Probably because the moment you saw the castle you took off without a hitch, Fidir answered, while glaring at Isamu. Well, none of that matters now. So what do we do? Hope this thing just shows up? I guess we'll wait, Simon suggested. Midnight should be closing in soon. Sounds like a plan. With some time to kill, why not go to the monster arena and bet a few coins? Are you feeling up to it, Fidir? Hardly. If it's anything like last time, we will get in trouble again. Times have changed. We have grown up. It's only been 3 months. Simon sneaks up to Aziza as she watches them banter with a smile on her face. Simon is fairly loud in his conversation, and with both men curious, they continue their argument. Do these guys always do this? They have since I knew them, and I wouldn't have it any other way. You like when your friends fight? When they're fighting or teasing, I know everything is okay. I would be more worried if they were silent. And who is Hotaru? She is the last of our friends. From what Pimiko says, she's the hero of the group, but she is so much more. I like to think of her as a mediator, and we usually await for her final say when coming to a decision. Aziza's words are soothing to Isamu. He is proud his character keeps her sane. It reminds him of the old martial artist's words at Corv. He also agrees with her description of Hotaru. Within the last few months, she has not only grown as a hero, but as well as a leader. I wonder if my father felt the same way about Ortega. It's possible, though from what I know, they were much older than us. Probably much stronger too. He keeps silent as he watches Isamu and Fidir argue. As his mind wanders, they see his eyes shift to Aziza's smile. It's pleasant and sweet like honey. In the short time Isamu has known him, he has described Aziza as soft-spoken, but also quite terrifying. From his statements, Aziza was like a cutthroat assassin, with speed and ferocity, something Isamu has a hard time believing. So far, he hasn't seen the capabilities of Isamu or Fidir, but it's easy to guess what he could be pondering about. What kind of beast can Isamu topple with his massive arms? And Fidir, while far smaller than everyone else, seems to be highly proficient with magic from what the others say, Isamu imagines in his mind. However, he stops when Simon looks at his sword. Aziza? Yes, she answered, continuing to stare at the argument in sight. His mouth opens, yet no words leave his lips as the cold breeze sweeps across. I never would have thought Aziza could infatuate someone, but it seems like our new friend here has a type. Glancing back at Fidir, it seems he has reached the same conclusion. A faint, bone-chilling bell chimes in the distance. Everyone turns to pinpoint the sound to find a deep fog towards the lake. Something massive pushes through, with the bell's chimes getting louder. I think we found our ship, Isamu commented, stepping up to the two of them. Through the fog, An old pirate ship sails to the shore. Its dirty white flags are torn, and its hull is covered in holes. Surrounding it is a ghostly aura, making the ship partially transparent. They look up at the lakeside to see people that weren't there before awaiting the ship's arrival. Simon freezes, yet he takes the lead. Eyes sharp, everyone. We don't know what we are dealing with. He steps forward along the edge to reach them. Once in close proximity, the people are floating above the ground, covered in a similar fog. Their eyes are hollowed out, and mouths are wide open. Even closing the gap, they don't react, eerily waiting. The ship reaches them and turns to its side. The bell's haunting chimes echo loudly in the air as if preparing for an announcement. Heavy chains soon follow, and the ghastly gangway drops onto land. The group holds still, hands on their weapons, ready for whatever may come. "Good evening, everyone," an ebullient voice shouted from atop the ship. From the deck, a human skeleton in ripped pirate's garb carrying a comically large list walks down the gangway. "We are having some difficulties with the routing, but everything should be in order. Now form a single file line and let's get this ship sailing." The ghost floated and lined up as he said, while leaving the four of them confused by the pleasant greeting he gave to each person. One by one, they board the ship with him flipping through his list, allowing each ghost in, like a guard to the castle, soon leaving only them. "Please enjoy your stay," he said with glee to the last guest. "I'm gonna need you four to step up in line, please," he asked, waving his hand over. His joyous demeanor disappears as if removing a mask. His annoyed sigh is heavy. "Goddess, I hate this job." They approach. He leaned his head in with a creepy smile. "You all look a little young to be on this ship, but I guess when you gotta go, you gotta go. Now can I please have your name, age, and occupation?" "We're actually not here to board," Simon answered. He flings his arm in the air. "Then why are you here? You kids trying to pull some sort of prank?" "No, of course not. We were hoping to see if a man named Simon was on board." He sighs, rolling his head along his shoulders. "I'm gonna need more than that. What about an occupation?" "He was a hero who fought monsters," he answered to the best of his ability, not confident in the slightest. He takes his thumb and middle finger and slides them across his fractured skull. "Wow, is that a name he gave himself? Simon the hero? Listen well, kid. If you don't know, an occupation is a job. Something I'm sure none of you have. What did he do to earn a living? Was he a blacksmith? Or an innkeeper? I will even accept pooper scooper. You just gotta give me something." Isamu jumps in. "Can you just see if there is anyone named Simon?" With a dramatic flip of his list, he starts at the bottom. "Oh sure, no problem. Let's see, we have Simon. Oh, another Simon. We have a Simone. Maybe that's it. Well, would you look at that? We hit the end of the list. Hold a moment." He brings 2 fingers to the side of his skull, nodding while putting a finger up for silence. "Seems like all our cabins are full. Looks like we will have to see you at the next stop." "Wait," Simon shouted. "The old man back at Myrrh said you might know something. He even gave us this bone." He pulls out the large, clean bone, and the skeleton flinches back. "Well, goddess be, I never thought I would see that thing again. The captain is gonna be very happy." He turns around, throwing the list onto the deck. "Why didn't you start with that? The captain will want to see you right away." He springs forward up the gangway, clicking the heels of his feet. They are hesitant at first, but finally make their way to the deck. The gangway is pulled back in by an invisible force, and the ship sets sail for the center of the lake. The ship rocks back and forth as it moves forward. Out in the distance, nothing is in sight as the fog grows thicker the farther out they go. On the deck, more moving skeletons dart frantically around the ship, attending to its needs. The added ghosts either remain still or float down the stairs into the cabins. The greeter steps over to a small set of stairs that lead up to the steering wheel, which moves on its own. At this point, nothing can surprise them, but Simon looks to have seen better days. His face lacks color, and his limbs shake. "Come on, people, I haven't got all day," he ordered. "The quicker we reach the captain's quarters, the quicker I can get back to my job." They follow his order, stepping up the stairs and passing by the unoccupied wheel. At the back of the ship, behind the broken wheel, is a small structure like a shed. At its front is an ominous wooden door with a circular window covered in ancient dirt. Even though they can't see inside, a scent of death looms from it. The skeleton bangs on the door. "Captain, I got some visitors for you. You're gonna want to hear this." There's no reply, and he turns to them. "Make sure to dust off your boots before heading inside. Good luck, you bunch." With a salute, he takes off, joining the others as they scatter about. Everyone blankly stares at the door, afraid of what they will find, leaving Isamu to take the lead. He does as the skeleton says, scraping his flat shoes on the worn mat before pushing it open. It creaks with age and the smell from before increases. "Hello?" he called out, but there was no response. He looks back to the others who still wait for him to advance. Aziza steps next to his side to enter, with Fadir hanging in the back, hands pressed together. The two of them step in and glance around the small room. At its center is a desk covered with old papers and unique dusty trinkets, with the surrounding wall bearing dozens of decorations and paintings that have faded with time. With how everything is randomly scattered, it only seems right someone would be here. "Hello?" Isamu called again. His voice echoes in the small room, and a creak replies. The door behind them slams shut, leaving them in the dark. They are too nervous to scream, with the only sound being Fadir and Simon whispering a prayer. They huddle together, and slow footsteps make their way to the desk. Then, a dim light erupts. Near the weak light, a decayed human face lies, and a tiny flame connects to the wick of an old candle on the table. A rugged voice escapes the thin lips of the ghostly man as he sits. "State your business." A fog as if it was freezing leaves his bushy mouth. He wears a torn pirate's garb like his undead crew, but he isn't as jolly or expressive. From his cloudy eyes and rotted teeth, there is no malice, yet no joy or sorrow. The young swordsman manages to step forward. "I was hoping to find my father, Simon." He sticks out his bony hand with a shining pearl ring around his finger. "Hand over the bone first." Simon agrees to his words with haste, taking out the bone and gently placing it into his hand. The captain examines it, bringing a small monocle glass to his sunken face. "This is indeed the real thing. How I have waited for ages to get my hands on this. I cannot thank you enough. So you're looking for a man named Simon?" "Yes, sir. He is my father." "There are many men named Simon in the world, but I have a sense of the one you seek." "Please, can you take us to him?" "Hold a moment, kid," he spoke, setting the bone softly on his table. "This Simon wasn't any ordinary man. He was to be a hero to people, and he was a close friend. Yet all of that changed once that dreadful day came to an end." "It's just as the dwarf said. He must be one of them who fought alongside Dad. When they fought Baramos?" Simon answered. "So you are the son he spoke highly of. That's less explaining on my part. Your father lost a lot that day, and was driven to madness, swearing to kill all demons that stood in his path. It all seemed like a simple case of revenge. However, his lust for vengeance was taken out on vigilantes and petty thievery, thinking himself a judge of justice. Instead, he became the monster he so despises, landing himself a life sentence in the Shrine of Shackles." Simon is lost for words. failing to continue the conversation with Isamu taking his place. Is there any way you can bring us there?
Not until I get what I want.
He lifts from the chair, clasping his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth.
I appreciate you for what you have brought me, but now I ask a selfish request. Do this for me, and I will grant you a voyage. No questions asked.
And that is...
Simon wasn't the only one who lost a lot. I lost my life on that battlefield along with my men. I don't regret dying for the cause, only leaving my dear Olivia alone.
He looks down at his ring, his face finally granting him emotion.
We were to be wed after my return, seeing the man I became due to his curse. I could never see my love again, doomed to sail for an eternity, invisible to the naked eye. The bone you brought me is special, an exception to the curse. It allows its holder to witness what remains of that war and be able to speak with me. My only request is to seek my love and tell her I'm sorry, and I love her still.
We will do it, Fidir answered, no longer fearful of the ghost. It's only fair for those who have fallen. It's what the people of the church and goddess would want. I'm with Fidir, Aziza said. She deserves answers.
You're an alright group of kids. We will set sail for her village. It sits near a promontory. I also wish for you to hand her this.
From his garb he sets atop the table a bright pink locket in pristine condition. Chapter 31. The harsh wind howls in the night as the ghastly ship pushes onward. Isamu leans his head out from the railing of the ship in hopes of seeing through the ship's fog. However, something more haunting greets him. A song. The wind whistles past his eyes, singing a quiet, mournful melody. He focuses on the words, which seem to mumble a name.
We are here,
the captain interrupted as he stepped onto the deck, scaring Isamu away from the rails with a swallowed gasp.
Her village isn't far from here, just atop the cliffside.
As if he uttered the magic words, the island he spoke of closes in. To the left is a flat coastland that the ship sails for, and to the right it proceeds to rise. The nearby land is covered in tall grass that blows in the weeping wind. The fog is too thick to see past the base of the land, making the travel up appear mystical, like a journey to a legendary wise men's temple. The ship docks, and the gangway slams onto the plentiful grass. The captain says nothing, flicking his head up. Isamu leads with the others quickly following, along with Aziza. Both are cautious of their surroundings, relying on their eyes as the blistering winds blow into their face, deafening them. Fidir, on the other hand, has his eyes set on the mysterious land above the fog. However, unlike that of the ship, the way forward is more of a gray, moist mist, like walking through a waterfall made of clouds that taste of the sea. Why would a village be placed out here? This place is near none of the major cities. How are supplies supposed to reach within a fair amount of time? What if danger struck? Fidir asked, smacking his lips, practically drinking the air. Perhaps for the land's soil or natural resources? Such valuable materials or assets alone make the settlement worth it, Simon answered, his relaxed tone revealing his joy of leaving the ship. Well, we can just ask when we get up there, Isamu added. Hopefully this wind doesn't make us lose balance on the way up. Would hate to barrel down. Strange coming from you, Fidir teased. Rolling downhill through mud was one of your favorite things to do. Then what do you say we try? Imagine the speed we would gain. It would sure beat anything back in Alihan. Absolutely not. Only the goddess knows what lies waiting for us in the fog. Now you see my point. 1 for me, 0 for you. You guys coming or what? Aziza shouted from the slope, waving at them with a playful smile while Simon stood beside her. They look at each other. I'm starting to think she is more crazy than you, Fidir said. That's where you're wrong. She was always crazier than me. I heard that. The wind picks up and the gale sings louder. Fidir can hear the voice clearly. It is feminine and peaceful, yet haunting, vibrating through the sky, constantly changing pitch as if being sung through a tunnel. He feels a sense of sorrow caressing his skin. He closes his eyes to focus in. She is hurt, lost. She is watching us, he speculated, cautious of the swarming sentient mist. They cover their faces as the air blows dirt and dust their way with one arm, using the other to shield themselves from the cold. Isamu again takes the lead, with the others behind his large body, and hopes to stay hidden from the harsh gust. The slope ends, and Isamu stops. They all step past him, left in complete shock. Looking upon the village they were told of, all of the buildings are destroyed, leaving only the foundation as proof of their existence. No animals nor monsters, not a single soul remains, the only living thing being the overgrown plant life. Fidir steps forward to examine what is left of the houses. Some of what is still there are dirt-covered beds or wooden chests with standard farming equipment. What happened to this place? Isamu muttered, holding up a ruined children's doll. Fidir sweeps the dust off a wood dresser. There is no evidence of a fire. Could it have really been the wind? I doubt it was just abandonment. That is the only logical solution. Makes no sense for someone to leave this behind, Simon suggested as he lifted a hefty coin purse. Isamu finds an illegible tome and brings it to his face. The cover is encrusted with material from the earth and glued together like a strong adhesive. He scratches at the center of the thick book in hopes of uncovering its title, only to see a small hollowed-out heart. He gazes upon it for only a moment before sifting through his pockets. Out he pulls the shimmering locket and slides it in. Fidir steps over, curious of his findings, and watches him. With a simple press of a finger, it fits perfectly, forcing the book open. He smiles at his genius as the book tears open, but is rewarded with worn pages that cannot be deciphered. Only the last page remains intact, reading, "May we meet again in a new life." Fidir looks up from the text. A figure awaits him in the mist. His breath leaves him. His eyes shift. A woman meets his gaze. Her eyes are hollow, her long hair damp with a salty scent. Her cracked lips move slightly. She mutters a name. She withdraws into the mist, completely disappearing. The voice grows louder like a rhythm. "Did you guys hear that?" Fidir announced, pulling forth his staff. He kept his eyes on the mist, and it's just as he thought. They are closing in. They stop shuffling through items and listen, weapon in hand, awaiting an ambush, only to be greeted by a voice, clear like pristine water. "Eric!" Together they close in, back to back, looking out for the voice. "Who's there?" Isamu shouted, swiping his golden claw that shines across the air. "Eric!" They freeze. The voice is close. No other person is near. The wind suddenly stops. She is close. Fidir spins around from the group, her blacked-out eyes inches from his. "Eric!" she whispered. The gale shoots forth like an endless volley of arrows. They struggle as their feet slip, slowly being pushed back. Isamu stabs his claw into the ground, holding firm in place and grabbing Fidir with the other hand. Aziza flies back with Simon jumping in her path to catch her. He falls back, but quickly recovers with enough time to implant his sword into the ground as a hold. Again she is gone, but the wind speeds up once more from where she once stood, slicing and whipping past the air like a hot blade through butter. The violent cold has them weak, and their weapons struggle to stay put. The others panic as they hear her screams. "Eric! Why have you abandoned me, Eric?" "Who is Eric?" Isamu shouted. though his voice cannot pierce through. "What do you want?"
"It is I you seek, Olivia."
A powerful, rugged voice screams through the storm. The wind lessens like a heeding call. "Eric!" The abhorrent cry shrieks.
"I wish to talk, Olivia. I am through with running away."
Over the ledge, Pezibear gestures with his hand. It's the captain. The captain stands atop his cabin, arms open wide. His feet are placed firmly onto the structure like a statue, yet his garb blows with violence. From the gray mist, the sinister set of dead eyes with a jagged mouth form, looking at him. However, they are different from what Pezibear has seen. Her features are enormous, with the mouth big enough to consume the ghost ship in one bite, and eyes no larger than him. Even with the ghastly mist charging forward, he remains firm and proud.
"I knew my death was drawing near that day, yet I stayed, and it is true I carry no regret. However, if I knew you would fall victim to the same curse, I never would have allowed such a sacrificial act to commence. I know the terrible truth that befell you. I know the story behind your grief and what you have done to your home, and I still did nothing to ease your pain, your burden. To my men, I was a brave hero, but to the woman I love, I was a cowardly boy."
He raises his hand to the sky, branding the pearl ring on his finger.
"Olivia, I never forgot our bond, and I know it will never atone for my mistakes, but I have always remembered and loved you. All I will ask is for your forgiveness towards this fool."
"Eric!" The voice whimpers. Its eyes soften. The wind comes to a stop. Her sorrowful eyes fade, and the mist disappears like magic. A blinding light sparks in the sky like a firework. The calming dawn lifts from the dark night. From the clouds with a beam of holy light, a beautiful young woman in a pink sparkling dress with long brunette hair descends. Her pure face and bright smile shine with a warm radiance. "Eric, my love," she called with an angelic voice. "When I learned of your death, I was broken. I begged for the goddess to bring you back to me, and with all hope lost, I threw myself into darkness. But even with a blackened heart, a light was still awaiting for your return, and I'm glad you have come back, to rekindle the passionate fire I still have for you." She reaches out a gentle hand. "Welcome home." He reaches his hand out, and the bones of his fingers shine with clean skin. He ascends to her, his face glowing with life, his hair glowing with a deep auburn, his sparkling hazel eyes born with a passionate soul. He reaches his hand into hers, together, bringing their pearl rings. Tears well in his eyes. His words struggle to leave his lips as he shakes. "I promise to never leave your side again." "Then shall we head off? A new life awaits us." "We shall," he answered, curling his hand into hers. A warm, white light absorbs them, and they disappear with joyous smiles on their faces. As they fade with the light bringing them to the heavens, they look over the edge of the cliffside to find a shrine sitting alone on a small island. Slowly drifting, there is the ghost ship, which is no longer covered in a fog or brandishing any damages, nor is the skeleton crew aboard, simply returned back to its glorious form. Aziza has her black gloves covering her face as she sniffles. Simon is by her side, clearing his throat, turning his head to the ocean, and the other two stare up at the blue welcoming sky. "What are your thoughts, Isamu? Still believe a goddess doesn't exist?" He snickers and he tilts his head. "Instead of gawking, you should probably be more concerned about our ride. But I will say, it was a beauty to behold." The stairs delve deeper into the dungeon, with Pezibear casting a gentle blaze as a beacon. Their footsteps echo against the thick stone walls. The path forward is a thin hallway with unlit sconces plastered along the walls, unsteady and ready to crash at any moment. "That might be it," Pezibear calls out. pressing his hand out. He senses nothing present in these chambers. Nothing calls to him like the hillside village. What they walk through has been completely forgotten. At the end is a small cell with rusted iron bars. Pezibear reaches his palm and touches it. A creak emits from the brittle steel, and it plummets to the floor with a loud crash. Pezibear spins back, frantically scanning his surroundings. Aziza and Isamu remain unfazed. There is nothing here, Aziza comforts with a gentle tone. The other paths are blocked by fallen rock, meaning if something were to attack, they would have done it by now, Isamu added, clicking his claw on the stone, feeling the wall's density. Plus, being isolated in the middle of nowhere in itself is a pretty good safety measure for anything that wants to get in. Or out, Aziza chimed. You guys are right, Pezibear replied. I just am still jumpy from what we witnessed. A gasp erupts, and they turn to face the sound, Pezibear nearly yelping. With his dim light, at the floor of the cell, he finds Simon kneeling down to a body of old bones. His expression is shocked as if the corpse was alive, yet he stares deep where its eyes would be. In the skeleton's torso is a large, dirty bastard sword with green matted scales on its hilt. Simon grabs hold of it and pulls it out from the ribcage. This is it, the mountain cutter. No doubt the man who lies before me is my father. I'm sorry to hear that, Pezibear said, stepping close to the body with a solemn prayer. From the details of his decaying bones, he has been here for several years. Once I heard his story, I had a feeling he no longer walked this world. He sighed, looking down and holding the blade to his face. Despite its earthly coat, his reflection can still be found, though deformed. Why did it have to be like this? Aziza places her hand onto his shoulder. We will not let his death go in vain. All of us understand that the people we care about bought us enough time to prepare. Now it's our job to finish it. She's right, Isamu added. It's why we all fight. And we will bring this to an end. I appreciate the sentiment, but I cannot join you. You can't be serious. You are going to quit? After all we went through? I'm not like you guys, he shouted. I don't even compare close to you. Not even a fraction to my father. Despite the anger swelling in his face, he clutches the blade with pride. But you are right. It isn't over yet. What do you plan to do then? Aziza asked. Right now, I wish to grant him a proper burial and mourn. I understand his crimes, but it is unjust for a hero to rot behind a cell. From there, it is just as you said. We prepare. He lifts from his father's body, forcing a smile on his face. I won't be joining you now. However, when the time comes, I will be by your side, strong and ready. If that is what you wish, then we will comply, Aziza answered, wrapping her arms around him. His smile turns genuine. You may not think it, but you are a friend now, Simon. Nothing at this point will change that. Well, you heard her. Once Aziza adds someone to our party, you're kinda stuck with us. He looks to Isamu as he smirks, with Pezibear walking over to his side with an agreeing smile. Aziza lets go, stepping back, and he wipes his face. Thank you. I don't think I could have made it here without your help. See you around, Simon, Isamu said. And next time we will make sure to have Hotaru with us. Though I think I already know who you have your sights on, Isamu jest, waving him off. Seems Isamu is starting to like the guy too. Feels like it took forever before he revealed his teasing sense of humor to me, Pezibear pondered, remembering much of their early interactions. Much being too formal and only small talk, almost like talking to a brick wall. Isamu softly chuckles as they step further into the darkness, leaving Simon behind. The farewell was pleasant, but deep in the darkness, Pezibear can hear the soft sobs of a new friend. We will be waiting for you, Simon. You're stronger than you think, and I feel this is only the beginning. Quickly, they reach the stairs and peek out into the light. The ship greets them at the shrine's entrance. However, a familiar person in a red dress stands in front of the gangway. Isamu blurts, startling the others. "Grandma?" Chapter 32. She charges into the swarm of purple giant hornets with shimmering spotted eyes of gold. With quick speed, she slices them out of the air with her steel sword. A violent hum approaches from behind, and one hornet remains with its black, toxic stinger, ready to plunge into her skin. A gunshot erupts, and a musket ball pelts into the center of the hornet's head. Its skull cracks with brutal clarity. Burning gunpowder fills the air as the hornets disappear in a pillar of light. "Watch yourself, Hotaru. A sting from those things is bound to bring a quick death," the yellow bandana captain warned, loading another shot in her flintlock pistol. "Thanks, Maria, but hornets aren't something new to me." She snickers back at Hotaru's remark. "I wouldn't expect less from the hero." Metal clangs echo deep within the cavern, quickly closing in. From the darkness, deep in the hallway ahead, 4 headless knights in blue-plated armor march forward, their swords coated with rust. Maria runs over to Hotaru's side, pulling out a black thin sword with a silver guard designed in resemblance to a crab from her sheath. "Would you say Knights of the Undead variety are familiar to you as well?" "Can't say I have." A deep, booming voice emerges from behind them, announcing his presence like a fairy tale hero. "Step back, ladies. These knights are no match for the legendary Robin Hood." A dark shadow covers them, and with a massive sweep of his stainless axe, the knight's armor scatters across the floor in pieces. With his outstretched arm, he holds his pose, flaunting his massive muscles to his opponents as they disappear in the light. "Looks like that's the end of them for now," Maria speaks as she sheathes her sword. "Let's proceed forward before any more monsters show up." They continue along the path paved with thick ocean blue tiles. Surrounding them are giant skull statues with bright fire shining from their eyes. Thankfully, the fire is strong enough to keep them warm from the depths. However, the hallway down is never-ending, with the skulls eventually coming to a halt, leaving the road forward in a cold darkness. Their sight slowly adjusts as the darkness consumes them. For the moment, it is peaceful, and Hotaru can finally take a moment to think. Since she entered this dungeon, it has been nothing but challenging fights, one after another. The head of the cathedral did warn her of such danger. However, it was a hero's duty if she wanted to succeed her father. From what Maria has told her, something lies at the bottom that only her blood could wield. "Now back to what I was saying," Robin Hood spat. "Why are you here?" Hotaru snaps to him, completely forgetting his sudden appearance. "That I should be asking you. You always manage to show your ugly mug when I'm around. What makes you say I'm ugly? I'm wearing a mask." "Well, it's not to hide your identity. Anyone can tell it's you from those nasty clothes and your stink." "I don't stink, I think," he answered, sniffing his sweaty and hairy armpits. With the lift of his arm, a foul odor of garlic and cheese protrude out like a newly alit scented candle. "We're here for the blue orb and the sword," Maria interjected in between their childish scuffle. "What makes you so sure that this blue orb is here?" Robin Hood countered, shocked to hear the name. "Seems you also know of the orbs as well," Hotaru pondered. "For supposedly being a simple bandit, he sure knows much about the hero's journey. Who are you exactly?" "A pirate that has no clue of the treasure they seek is no pirate. Maybe I can push more information out of him." "Let me guess. You thought it was the Sunstone. You probably misheard another rumor." "Shut it, kid. They say that in Gaia's navel, a stone that shines hides in its depths." His words dwindle off until he comes to a complete stop, his eyes scrolling up to his brain. "No, that has to be it. I refuse to admit I made another mistake. Can you two children stop arguing? The last thing we need is to draw more attention. Sorry, miss, he mumbled. Hey, since when did you start partnering up with pirates anyway? Aren't you a bit too goody-shoe for that? As she said, we seek the blue orb, and after that I have to find my friends. You mean you don't know where those other dweebs are? She takes a soft breath. I only hope they are safe. She takes her attention away from him and back to the path. They will be fine. His response is soft, like a father hearing the woes of their child. That sucks, kid. Now that is something I can relate to. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't want your sympathy, she snorted. Besides, you nearly killed us when we first met. Maybe so, but I'm a changed man. Violence is now my second option. She rolls her eyes at his stupid comment, continuing to play a fool. Well, we still have a bit of time, he said. How about you tell me your story of how you got here, since I told you mine? Let's start with how y'all got split up. That beast Squidzilla is what happened, Maria answered. I left my ship unattended for only a minute and everything I had was lost. If it was my ship, that monster would have been blasted into the next life. Hotaru was the only person that washed up near the shrine. Friends lost at sea, he commented. And how did you get here on this island? Before anything could get done, I needed my ship back. The night is young, and the working people head to their homes to rest for the day. The guards at Portuga's castle withdraw into the welcoming gate and close it shut. At the castle's port, no one is in sight. Not a sound emits other than the ocean's gentle waves and the droplets of ending rain. On the pier where the holes and burns of simpler times remain, a shuffle responds. From behind a few barrels at the end of the dock, Hotaru and Maria await to enact their plan. I can't waste time here, Hotaru pleaded. My friends are out there somewhere. They need my help. Listen to me, Hotaru, Maria whispered, grabbing hold of Hotaru's shoulders and looking into her panicking eyes. We don't know where your friends are, but we need something to grant us a fighting chance. We need a ship. Then why are we headed to Lanson? Why not zoom to places I've been before? Because the blue orb awaits there, and it was the closest island near the wreckage. Chances are they washed up there. If not, you need to believe your friends can manage their own. My coin says that stoic priest traveling with you would spout some nonsense about having some faith. Let's hurry and get this over with then. The sooner the better. She lets go of her and looks out from behind the barrel. She gazes to the side of the castle, where a large structure sits on the water, with a huge opening for ships to sail in. On the water near the dock is a small raft that is anchored to the pier with a thin chain. She rises above the barrels as no guards are in sight. Over there is a storage unit for trader ships to drop off their merchandise that make its way to the castle. My ship is in there, and we will get there with the use of the raft. Won't they know a giant missing ship? Not till morning, as no guards are posted there at night. Still, won't they know it was you who stole it? Most likely. And they will probably hunt me down until I'm dead. But with Baramos roaming freely, a city of soldiers is just another thing to add to my plate. She finished, darting to the raft's anchor. Hotaru follows her and eases into the shaky raft. It barely fits 2 people, and without the beautiful shining moon, its black color would be invisible in the night. She unhooks the chain, detaching it from the post and raft, dropping it into the ocean. She takes the 2 matching colored oars at the side and gently rows to not make a sound. The rain stops, and the still water ripples with every paddle, disorienting the reflecting moon. Hotaru looks to the clear sky, snuggling in her cape in hopes of shielding herself from the cold and her anxieties, pondering her friend's safety. Isamu, wherever he is, will be fine, but the other 2 worry her. Aziza has been getting tougher along the journey, but she knows the devastation Aziza carries when separated from her friends. She might not be able to think rationally, as she tries to find any one of them. no different than when they were kids. Yet Hotaru finds it hard to believe that anymore. Aziza was the one to save her in the desert, whereas Hotaru fainted from panic. She even held her own against Isamu when facing head-to-head. She has grown into a powerful fighter, and Fadir, unlike those two, still heavily relies on the others as well as the goddess, but something about him has changed. It's just as Maria said, he has grown more stoic. In the face of danger, he doesn't quiver, he stands his ground. However, it's not brave like Isamu, it's different, like having knowledge of future events. Hotaru has recently been sensing these things happening when he closes his eyes and appears deep in thought. He knew Maria wouldn't harm them. He knew the Squidzilla was approaching. His magic must have grown to provide a power far beyond what Hotaru is capable of. Perhaps it isn't any of them she should worry about. She is the one falling behind. The paddling comes to an end as the sky disappears, and before her eyes, atop the water it floats. Maria's ship. It sits on the water, anchored like the raft, with a stone platform surrounding it with dozens of boxes, barrels, and loose tools. The ship is a tad larger than the last, with several cannons on its side. As they pass it, just above the center of the hull, large fancy black text reads, Vento Eterno. Maria gazes at the beautiful vessel. There awaits my beauty. After claiming what was rightfully mine, we made our way straight here. Robin Hood has his hands clamped together, and though his dirty mask covers his face, his eyes shine, like a child hearing a magical story. That's amazing! To pull such a heist with such clean skill! You are after my heart with stories like that, Hotaru scoffed. Like you would have a chance with her. She has more talent in one finger than your whole body. Both of your flattery won't sway my feelings towards any of you. After all this is done, it's off to sea with my new key. You still won't consider fighting against Baramos? And what of the others? We have yet to find any of them. My contribution is aiding you with the orbs. Finding your friends is your own venture. With the red orb in your hands, and the blue one soon to join, I will be fulfilled. Aiding me? You call holding us hostage for your own personal gain aiding me? Just when I thought we were getting close. She still carries that I don't care attitude. I think we just about reached the end, Robin Hood spouted, pointing to a golden sword that is placed on a pedestal. They reach the end of the line, where the sword, in the shape of a lightning bolt, alighting the room with its yellow glow, is impaled into a bronze pedestal. Behind the blade is a massive statue of a strong man with a godly physique and an ancient toga. Its massive arm is reaching for the sword with a curled fist. On the pedestal, a golden plaque reads, Come forward, blood of the hero, and claim your rightful power. Otherwise, meet your demise by the thunderous might of the heroes before. Robin Hood scratches his head, lifting away from the text. Quite ominous if you ask me. From what I understand, the weapon is known as the Thunderbolt Sword, said to strike lightning down on its wielder's foes. Hotaru spins to Maria. If that's the case, then Baramos doesn't stand a chance. Then grab it. She gestures like presenting an award. Only the hero can claim it, so that means you. Yeah, let's see it, Robin Hood added. Shut it. Maybe you should try since you're so confident. Enough bickering already and just grab it, Maria shouts with rage. They both look at her with fear in their eyes. She taps her finger on her wrist as she crosses her arms. Together they quiet down and mutter, Sorry, miss. Grandma never mentioned Dad wielding a legendary sword. Did he keep it hidden, or was he incapable of using it? Hotaru realigns with the shining sword. Stepping up to the plate and gazing down onto its silver hilt, small streaks of electricity flow around like a wheel. She wiggles her fingers, slowly stretching for the handle. Her body shakes as she recalls its cryptic words. Though she knows and has been told of her heroic history, facing it now to prove it is beyond frightening. She takes hold of the hilt, and she screams in pain. Electricity travels up the blade, to the hilt and into her hand. Her organs feel as if they are getting fried. Her body shakes with violence, and finally, the electric jolts course through her black hair, forcing it to rise. Several pillars of hair are completely straight, like a bed of spikes. The brutal, shocking stop. Smoke releases from her cyan tunic and blue cape. She kneels to the floor in pain, holding out her hand to see the small jolts jumping from each of her fingers. "Are you okay, kid?" Robin Hood shouted, running over to her and lending an arm to grab. But the electricity from her body leaps out and pushes Robin Hood back with a yelp. The statue above vibrates with an intense force, nearly knocking him to his feet. The eyes in the statue light with a calming blue, and the fist slowly opens. A blue light emits through the fingers as they open, and the blue orb crashes to the ground, still in pristine condition. A voice calls from the darkness. "Hotaru will be fine. Being the host of transferred great power takes a toll on the body. The same thing happened to your father." She spins her weakened body around with the help of Robin Hood, and manages to shout with surprise. "Grandma?" "Bah!" Robin Hood screamed with a pitch higher than a morning bird, dropping Hotaru like a hot rock. "It's you!" He kneels to the ground, begging for mercy. "I promise, I didn't lay a finger on her. You got to believe me." Hotaru winced in pain as she smacked the hard stone floor. Pimiko snickers. "So this is the bandit that has been causing problems around the world. Color me surprised." Maria steps forward. "I did as you asked. I helped that kid with the orbs, I know. Now I will be taking my leave." "So you kidnapping us was part of your plan?" Hotaru spoke out. "It was her idea. The old coot has a liking for putting people she loves in unwanted scenarios." "Old coot isn't something I've been called in a long time," she responded, unfazed by her rude remarks. "Surely you understand the trials one must go through to save the world." "Whatever you say. I'm not done with you yet. We still need you and your ship for Necrogon." "I don't think so. I have other matters I wish to attend to." "Are you scared? Afraid we will fall for the same mistakes? Because things are different this time." "And how so?" "Because this isn't my fight." She points to Hotaru. "It's hers, and the allies she has accumulated through the journey, not some mindless military aiming for an ulterior motive." She leans her head over. "So no kings?" "Can't. Most are against the idea. The operation remains with its people." Pimiko dons a face of power and knowledge, like a general of an army. Hotaru still struggles to see her grandma in this light. She chuckles. "You truly believe a couple of kids hanging on to hope will stop the Archfiend? They succeeded in your task. They have scoured the world on blind faith. Even in the jaws of death they still stand. What they hold is more than mere hope. It's promise." Hotaru's eyes spring open. "They're alive?" Maria shakes her head with a grin. "You're a strange bird. Maybe if our wishes align, I will consider it." She walks off into the depths. "Wait!" Hotaru cried, standing to her feet. "Then that monster that sank the ship. You planned that all from the start? My friends are out there all because of your stupid plan?" "Ease yourself, Hotaru," Pimiko said with a gentle voice. "You all splitting off was unplanned, but I'm happy to tell you that everyone is safe and waiting for your return in Japan. They also managed to get their hands on 2 more orbs." She takes a deep breath she's been holding in for several days. "Thank the goddess you're all okay," she whispered, placing her hand to her heart. It beats with intense speed like a flash of lightning. She steps over to Hotaru, crouching down to her eyes and wiping her tears. "I have put you kids through a lot, and I'm sorry. I simply wish for you to be ready for whatever may come. Now let's hurry. From the stories they told, they miss you heavily, and so do I. Surely escaping their grasp once we arrive is impossible. We can even share a meal and take a moment to rest. After all, you kids have earned it." She combs her scattered hair with her hand, straightening it back down. "And where are you off to?" she asked, keeping her attention on Hotaru, who was holding back tears and pressing her face into Pimiko's shoulder. "Me?" Robin Hood said, pointing to himself. "I figured we all did a job well done, and that I should be heading back on the road. What if I told you that Baramos held the Sunstone?" He flinches, but his voice is calm. "How do you even know of that?" "I carry more knowledge that I sometimes wish I didn't. I know what it is you are after, for I have seen it myself." He gasped, trying to think of his next words. "Join Hotaru," she ordered. "She will need your help. Once she succeeds in her mission, so will you. Consider it another offer compared to what else I have in store." "Fine, I will be there," he sighed. "How did I even get caught up in this mess?" Chapter 33. The rising sun sets on the golden land of Japan. As Hotaru and her grandma reach the paved road, they look upon the shimmering grass, which has a color like wheat, due to the sun's presence, and blooming sakura trees with pink petals gracing the fertile soil. The wooden houses with straw roofs are far and few between, with the land mostly preserved for fresh crops. Hotaru takes everything in as nostalgia fills her mind, a time in which her biggest worry was getting home before dark. Not only is the sun warm like a soothing bath, but the scent of flowers and crops make the town feel like an outdoor spa. "When was the last time you've been here, dear?" Hotaru takes a calming breath, absorbing the beautiful atmosphere. "Far too long. After Dad left a few years ago, I hadn't had a chance to leave Alihan. I'm sorry, dear. I should have set time aside so you could visit your grandma. I was okay. I had Isamu and the others around." She chuckles. "I remember one time, about when I was around 10. I was talking about how much I missed home, and they set a surprise by painting the fallen leaves pink and setting it in front of my doorstep. However, my mom found them first and yelled at us for taking leaves from the pile in our backyard. Looks like I'm gonna have to give your mother a good talk. No one ruins my granddaughter's playtime," she said with a generous smile. "How is she doing?" "She's fine. Still shouting at me when I'm late back home, or not up before breakfast. She was worried about me leaving home, though. I have found the time to send letters, but with how much is happening, I'm afraid it will be a while before I visit." Pimiko's face slightly flinches. She makes it appear to be the calming gust of wind causing the reaction, but Hotaru sees a bleak sorrow in her eyes. Hotaru has learned from only a short time how much of an actor her grandmother is, but at the same time, she has grown better at reading people. "I wish there was something I could do to cheer her up," Hotaru thought. However, only one thing repeats in her mind, the thing she has been asking since the departure of her son. Save the world. It makes sense. She loves you very dearly and wishes for you to be safe, especially after what happened to her husband. She sighed, with her head turned forward. Sitting atop a hill lies Japan Castle. The castle walls are decorated with a golden paint, and it stands 2 stories tall, with a crimson balcony that surrounds the castle, with a matching railing. The stairs up are paved with rectangle clean stones, and before the first step is a red tall torii. She plants her foot on the first stone, and a voice calls out, "Hotaru!" he shouted, with 2 more shortly following. She lifts her head up to the castle, where the sun peeks through, and is tackled on the spot. She is knocked back, but keeps her feet stationed to the floor. "We missed you so much," Aziza shouted in her ear. Isamu and Fadir quickly join in, locking their arms around her like a human cell. "You can let go now," she coughed out. "Sick of us already?" Isamu teased. "Maybe we should have waited a bit longer." "Don't even joke about that." He leans his head away from her as she glares into his soul. "Sorry, Aziza. Nevertheless, we are glad to have you back." "I am too." "Seems you're all the same as well," Hotaru replied with a cocky grin. Isamu and Fidir let go, with Aziza still wrapped around like a belt. Pimiko found us in the shrine and she told us to wait in Japan for your return. After she left, it felt like days went by. Don't be like that, Aziza, Pimiko responded with rolling eyes. I was only gone for the night, and I had a feeling of where Hotaru was. Well, where were you? Isamu asked. I washed up with Maria in a town called Lanson. Fidir springs ahead as if a fireball propelled him forward. The holy city Lanson? Please, Hotaru, you have to tell me about it. I hear the town has a huge cathedral with a grand statue of the goddess herself. Please tell me you saw it. She scratches her head. From what she recalls, the cathedral was massive with dozens of winding halls, filled with statues and paintings of religious figures. Most carried texts beneath them of several centuries. It wasn't until several minutes of mindless wandering she reached a chamber where a man in exotic robes, adorning expensive jewelry and rosaries, explained to her the cathedral's underground secrets. It was a staircase hidden at the center of the nave, where to reveal its presence, a switch on a massive marble statue needed to be pushed. That must be the statue Fidir is talking about, Hotaru recalled, yet struggling to find her next words. Now how am I going to tell him I had my mind on other things? Like where he was. That's what that was? She finally cobbled out. Was it as pretty as they say? Like a true reflection of what she looked like at the beginning of time? She shrugs. I don't know. I didn't think much of it. His jaw is left open like a bear trap. Perhaps we can discuss more of this during dinner, Pimiko suggested. Let's head home and get your room situated. I have a lot I must discuss with you. Like what? Her face sours with a look similar to fighting off Robin Hood, the purple orb. Hotaru slides the door open from her room and exits to the main hall. Her stomach is full and warm with the delicious ramen Pimiko cooked, though her mind is racing. She steps through the empty castle halls, where nobody is, except the armored guards posted at their stations. Thankfully, they give her no trouble as she passes through to the outside. She takes in the soothing moonlight on the second floor and takes a deep breath. The purple orb is close, and once that is reclaimed, we will have all 6 in our possession. Then our assault on Necrogon begins. I don't know if I can do this. Everything happened so fast, and Baramos is tougher than anything we have faced. At least Grandma is the one to instill the idea in my head. I just don't get it. She is the strongest person I know, and she can't bring an end to his wrath? How can she believe what she is saying? Where is she finding this confidence I struggle to find? She takes another calming breath. She needs to get out of her head. She scans around the outside of the castle, and at the back of the castle is a lone tree where Pimiko stands. She has a bouquet of flowers she places down and looks to the undisturbed soil with her hands clasped together. A grave? No, it couldn't be. Hotaru heads back in and speeds over to the stairs, quickly making her way outside. Once she reaches the back, a soft humming echoes in the air. The song is familiar. It's a song both Pimiko and Ortega sang when Hotaru was angry, sad, crying. It has halted her speed, brought peace to her mind, just like it always did. Grandma? Hotaru whispered, slowly easing her steps towards her. The soft humming stops. Hotaru, why are you up so late? She keeps her eyes on the soil. I couldn't sleep, thanks to Isamu and his snoring. I have to get used to it again, she answered with a slight snicker in the quiet, dead night. She steps over to the dirt mound. Why are you singing? It eases the mind. Don't you remember when I used to sing it to you? Of course. Isamu and I occasionally find ourselves humming it without a thought. Hotaru stares at the small mound of dirt. It adorns beautiful handmade trinkets. Is this Dad's grave? This is your grandpa. He unfortunately passed away before you could meet him, but you two would have had a close bond. Hotaru didn't hear much of her grandpa. other than he was a warrior similar to her dad. How so? She asked. Pimiko lightens up. He always wanted to bring joy to people, even when he was suffering. He treated people fairly and always looked for the goddess in their hearts. He learned of monsters sprouting up years ago. Him, being hard-headed, had to find a solution. Without his help, we wouldn't have gotten our foot in the door to launch our first assault on Necrogon. But he passed away before the chance showed itself, and that's when Ortega, like him, took the reins of the operation. So he fought for the same thing I'm fighting for now. Another member of our blood who fell victim to the cursed journey. Is that what you mean by close bond? Are you scared things will happen the same? Hotaru struck a nerve. Pimiko for once lacks the words. Dear, I want to apologize for the stuff I put you kids through. You are right. I fear the dreaded day which slowly approaches, and in turn I have forced terrible things upon you. I can't be mad at you, Grandma. You said it's for our own good, and we must in order to defeat Baramos, right? It still doesn't justify the actions I have caused. We are family, and family shouldn't have to resort to such cruel measures. Is this about what Maria said? Is what she said true? Your father went through the same trials you have, suffered the same pain. I felt terrible for pushing him through so much, but it hurt me more when it wasn't enough. I play this role because I need you to be ready and unwavering, and we are. Your friends say the same thing. Then are you ready to discover the truth? Stand face to face with whatever may lie ahead on this dangerous road? Yes, I understand what must be done, and I will succeed not only for Dad and Grandpa, but for you. Listen well, dear. To the east of here is a cave seeping with magma. Once past the unbearable heat, there awaits a monster known as Orochi, who has been a menace to Japan for centuries. The monster was thought to have been slain. However, we recently discovered with the use of the purple orb, it was able to survive, keeping its youth and strength. Slay the beast, and reclaim the purple orb. That is my final trial. So the orbs can grant power. Fidir mentioned during his flight to Minoza, he felt an overwhelming power coursing through his body. He was able to sense Aziza not only through his eyes, but ears and scent. He described it like the goddess was there with him. Could that have been because of the silver orb? Perhaps so. Either way, this fight will be your hardest yet. And promise me that after this point you will have no doubt in your heart that you will always push forward no matter what happens. Of course, Grandma. We will set out first thing in the morning, and then when we get back we can share a meal before the final battle. She turns around with a smile on her face. A smile Hotaru hasn't witnessed in a long time. A smile that shines like the golden sun at dawn. I would love that. Now come here and give your grandma a hug. Her arms are wide open, and Hotaru jumps into it like a warm blanket. Just know that I love you, dear. And no matter what may come, I will always love you. She brushes her hair and softly hums the tune from before. I love you too, Grandma, she murmured as she snuggled into her white silky nightgown. Chapter 34. Looks like any ordinary cave to me, Isamu said, looking ahead at the large opening in the mountainside. To the east of Japan is a mountain range that covers its border to the ocean. The mountains are a healthy brown, and the grass shares its beautiful color like Japan's. You would think a cave holding magma would be desolate, or have some sort of warning from Japan not to enter. Hotaru spins to him with her surprised eyes. I can't remember the last time you said something smart and observant. His words, however, hold some truth. There isn't much memory of this place in Hotaru's childhood. From what she does know, this was a place the children were told to avoid, as only danger lay near the mountains. However, she never recalled rumors or warnings of a volcano. Could Orochi be the cause of it? She pondered. Orochi was a made-up monster of legend parents told their children to prevent them from traveling outside the village walls. Yet with everything they have seen so far, what is stopping Baramos from summoning a creature of myth? The imagination is already done. Or perhaps a monster of such status would be too powerful, even for the Archfiend. You're very funny, but I'm serious. Chances are Grandma has something crazy waiting for us. She did say it was her final trial. I wonder what she really meant by that, Hotaru said. Well, this Orochi holds the purple orb, so my guess is once we gather it, it is straight to Baramos from here. It seems like a straight shot, but if Orochi is a mythical beast of legend and the orbs grant power, as you say, it is likely Orochi will bring us more trouble than Baramos ever could, Isamu questioned, with Fidir listening in like a common bystander to their philosophical discussion. What is Orochi anyway? Aziza asked, pushing aside their inquiries. Hotaru answers while scratching her head. Orochi was a legend we were told when we were young. It's said to be a 5-headed dragon that eats kids who disobey their parents. Is that true? Aziza screeched. Great. What we need now is to scare our team before seeing the thing. Also, it was 8 heads, Isamu grumbled. He stamps the ground and cries like a warrior heading to battle. Never mind that. It's probably just a big monster that doesn't take kindly to strangers entering its home. No matter what it is, whether big or small, our job is to take it down. Hotaru jumps to the front, gazing down the dark cave. Pinned to the side of her clothes is the horned helmet Isamu gave her during their meal yesterday. You're gonna put that thing on? It belonged to Dad. She shakes her head with disappointment. It's too big, and the last thing I need to worry about is my helmet rather than the enemy. Though having it by my side makes it feel like Dad is watching over us. Dad was watching over us way before you got the helmet, but if it makes you believe he's closer, then so be it. She chuckles. Forgive my comment from before. He rolls his eyes in response, and she forces a loud cough. Anyway, Isamu's right. We stick together and prepare for whatever may lie ahead. They are drenched in sweat as the magma of the cave surrounds them. The red-hot ooze coats the walls and floors, leaving a partial safe passage for them to walk and an overwhelming smell of sulfur. Thankfully, the cave is bright because of it, but the insane heat is unbearable the more they trudge forward through the linear path. With each step near the pools of magma, it softly bubbles. Maybe Orochi is the magma itself, Isamu wheezed. Because we ain't run into nothing since we got down here. Don't any of you two have cold water as a spell? Isamu begged as he covered and cooled his golden claw under his drenched gi. Fidir answers, trying to be smug, though the heat has him distracted and exhausted. His white coat over his shoulder, exposing his matching undershirt. Unless you want an ice spike in your body, I got nothing. Say, what's worse, Fidir? The tundra or this place? Until a divine intervention happens, this place. Aziza has her cloak tied around her waist, exposing her bare arms to the heat, and with her short sleeve gray tunic, she appears like a student under Isamu. Her silver hair shines like the golden Japang sun. What's the plan when we see this thing? She huffed. The thing has 8 heads, right? How are we supposed to close in? Isamu wipes his sweaty forehead. We close the gap the same way we always do. It has yet to fail us. Not this time, Hotaru interjected, holding her electrifying hand, somehow withstanding the sweltering air. Fidir and I will stay back, casting spells. If Fidir is capable of using the orb to increase his magical power, what is stopping me? She places her hand in the pocket of her trousers to feel the blue orb. It radiates with immense power. And you want Aziza and I to lead the assault? She looks to Isamu, who is awaiting her command like a soldier. You are a must for the front lines. However, you needn't worry about me. I will join him. We are both quick enough to distract whatever lies ahead. Fidir has spells to grant us boons on the battlefield. As for you, Pimiko said your new power is the strongest magic wielded by the hero. I would like to see it for myself. Alright, Aziza. I like where your head's at, Isamu said. She smirks. I grew to enjoy my battles up and close. Grandma did mention the power of electricity I acquired and how it is a must to continue forward. From what she also told me is it's a power most try to acquire by enduring the torture given by the Thunderbolt's sword. Kinda wish she told me before to prepare myself from believing the sword to be a proper blade. Sounds like a plan then, Hotaru said. You two just make sure to lay down the heat. Well, maybe not that. A rippling roar echoes in the air. The magma along the walls violently shakes, dripping to the floor below. The liquid pools bubble like a boiling pot. They preemptively draw their weapons and step forward. The bellowing roars bring them closer. Through another opening, leading to the end, brings them to a large arena-like platform surrounded by bright magma. The arena contains massive stalagmites, and at the end, the roar greets them face to face. At its border, inches away from the bright magma, is a giant 5-headed beast with green scales, black dots, and a purple underbelly. The necks of the beast are long like a serpent, with the mouths containing a black flame behind their sharp teeth. It roars again, creating tremors beneath them. The beast is nothing but malice, an abomination of pure evil in the world. It is larger, more vile than she expected, but she couldn't falter now. She grabs hold of the orb. Her heart beats with vigor. The orb rejuvenates the energy she lost during the trail. With eyes burning bright like the blinding magma, she awaits an opening to reveal itself. It lowers its head to the ground and the fire in its throat builds. The torrent of dark flames fly forward, and they make a dive to the nearest spire. Barely they dodge with the intense heat irradiating their skin. It stomps towards them. Each heavy step, the magma below shoots up with a giant splash. Isamu nods to Aziza, who does the same. With weapons ready, they peek out from the stalagmite. We got our part, now do yours, he encouraged the other two before jumping out from cover. Aziza follows and they spring forward with blistering speed, rapid like rushing water. The monster roars and snaps its fangs as they approach, but they cannot be caught. However, their retaliation is pitiful, as their strikes only scratch the surface of the tough skin. Isamu dodges another bite, and a red aura engulfs him. His muscles bulge, his energy replenished. His blood pumps like oil in a destructive machine. With a war cry, he launches to the sky with a powerful pounce, falls straight down like an arrow, and slams his fist on Orochi's head. It wails as it collides with the ash-covered floor, and another splash erupts. Aziza soon follows with a green light swarming her, and her boots sparkle with a blinding light. She bounces off each head like a dangerous game of hopscotch before landing on its back, driving her knife into its spine, carving into its flesh as she slides down to the floor. Vidir glows with various colors, maintaining power for the others. Beads of sweat roll down his forehead. His eyes squint, and his breath is heavy. The metal staff absorbs the surrounding heat, yet he still holds firm, unwavering to the scorching burns. Hotaru takes her hand forward and lifts it to the air. The electric currents trickle through her fingers, slowly enveloping her body. It reaches her hair, and it spikes up like quills on a hedgehog. She mutters in her mind, a repeating phrase of hope to ignore the shocking pain traveling through her body. One of the heads turn to Aziza, but a booming in the air overpowers the beast's bellows. Above them is a black thundercloud, sparking with bright flashes of light. It fully forms, and as the thunder booms, bolts of lightning strike from above like a godly intervention. The blinding and powerful lightning cracks the floor below, scattering rocks and rubble across the battlefield. A thick bolt strikes onto the beast, and it screams in immeasurable pain. As they avoid the lightning strikes near the beast, Hotaru holds still, enduring the growing pain. Smoke emits from her hair like a forest fire. One last bolt stabs into its head, and it tumbles. I can't do it. Her eyes proceed to fail her as the darkness consumes her. Her ears ring, and her hand drops. Hotaru falls to the ground, and the clouds disappear. Fidir breaks away from his focus, running to her aid to heal her. Its soothing light works quickly to restore her senses. Get back here, Isamu shouted. Orochi steps back towards the edge of the cliff, and a red portal forms underneath it. In a flash, it disappears, leaving only the portal in its place. Though the healing isn't complete, Hotaru stands, with the other two aiding her up. Are you okay? Aziza panicked. A sense of electricity emitted from their clothes. I will be fine, but we must chase after it. We take the portal, Isamu ordered. You two go ahead. I will carry Hotaru. They nod and rush forward into the portal, though Fidir's face is hesitant. Isamu lifts Hotaru and cradles her like a baby. Despite the chaos, he snickers. Never knew you had that sort of power Pimiko mentioned. Sure beats my original plan. Are you going to be able to keep it up? Don't worry about me. From what I saw, without Fidir's strengthening spell, you were about as effective as a wooden sword. That was him? I thought I had some hidden potential back there, he commented, leaping into the portal. The red spirals of their vision fade, and they see Fidir and Aziza still near the portal. However, they are frozen with fear. They look up and are caught with the same curse. In the distance at the dead of night is Japan, covered in black fire with Orochi terrorizing her home. Hotaru leaps from Isamu's arms. She has no time to think and sprints towards the burning village. Wait! Isamu shouted, chasing her. Chapter 35. Black smoke fills the air. Burnt wood and thatch stench the village. Civilians of the young and old scream out in terror as Orochi crushes, burns, or eats them. A white light from their corpses cover its skin like a blanket, restoring the recent cuts and scars left from its last bout. The people of the burning village make for the entrance, with Hotaru running in. Fidir catches up to the rest of them, his eyes blinded by the black, blazing horror. The screams ring so loud he cups one of his ears. The intense flames, a beast terrorizing the village. Something felt off. He wants to echo with the people's cries, but a steady calm takes him. All his senses take in what his mind tells him is a familiar sight. He shields his eyes from the fire, watching as Hotaru screams out to grab its attention, flinging a fireball filled with anger and hate. It flies through the ash-filled air, smacking into one of its heads. A quaking bellow escapes its body. No damage is left on its face as its eyes flare a yellow spark. It redirects its attention to her. Its bone-chilling roar shakes Fidir's core, and the ruined ground tremors. He hears the monster's roar like clear speech, almost human. It calls for them to fight. The fearsome monster lunges its neck forward, but Isamu jumps into the way, uppercutting the beast, repelling it back. Fall back, Hotaru. It needs to die now, she rebutted, drawing her steel sword towards Orochi. He steps in front of her path. I know that, but running into danger won't help. Stick with the plan. Aziza and I have this. Without a second to respond, Aziza sprints forward with Isamu taking her lead. With their sharp weapons, they pierce into the beast's flesh, though from their size, their attacks sting like small ant bites. While dancing around the monster, avoiding its 4 large feet and grimy yellow nails, Fidir steps next to Hotaru, finishing his healing spell. The warm light coats her skin and pushes away some of the smoke surrounding them, purifying the nearby air. I will provide support. You cast the thunder spell again, he said. His mind tries to block out the swarming chaos to focus on what lies in front of him. She nods, raising her hand in the tainted air. As the warm green light continues to shield her, pulses of yellow electricity are added, flowing up to her messy hair. Thunder booms in the air, and black clouds hide beyond the smoke in the night sky. Her hair spikes up like before, and intense rain pelts the village like hail. Lightning strikes the ground, blowing apart what remains of the land, shooting debris of wood, soil, and stone. Vidir hears the beast cry once more. Its wails again are familiar, and a strange sense occupies his mind. No matter how hard he tries to push it aside, it grows. Something deep inside him tells him the beast is conflicted, like its brain and heart are at war with each other. What is this that I'm feeling? Orochi's neck coiled around the arena like a snake, the hundreds of teeth serrated like saw-tooth blades. Isamu anxiously spins around, watching as each head approaches, trying to wrap its teeth around his body, though he evades each snap with ease thanks to Vidir's speed spell. He dances around each quick snap, along with the relentless lightning striking down like the goddess's wrath. The thunder booms above them, and with a sliding maneuver Isamu performs thanks to the forming mud, he hides underneath one of its necks. A powerful bolt strikes down like a guillotine, severing the neck from its body. It wails and swings the remaining necks around like a mace. Pouring out from its wound is a pool of light. Isamu readies his claw as the fight is in his favor. However, from the top of its spine, 3 identical heads burst from its purple, scaly skin. "What?" he yelled out. Isamu and Aziza are forced back as it flails its body, smacked away by its thick neck. They are covered in sweat and heavily breathing, trying to gather some air while avoiding to inhale the plentiful smoke. Vidir as well is exhausted as his magic soothes the pain of the others. Yet it's not the lack of magic holding him back, it's his focus. A deep swelling of emotion boils in his chest like a pot of water over lava. Vidir grows frustrated. His teeth grit, his eyes narrow. What's wrong with me? Hotaru is still planted like a sturdy tree, focused on keeping the spell continuous, oblivious to everyone else shouting amongst each other. Where do we even begin with this thing? Isamu huffed. 1 head goes down, and it gains 3 more. Aziza's eyes shine, and she straightens her posture. Look, around its neck, she pointed. Around the newly born center head, the purple orb shines through the black smoke. It is connected to the beast with a rusty chain like a locket. However, unlike the others, the purple orb is far larger. Is that where it's gaining its power? Isamu said, turning to Vidir. Didn't you say the silver orb granted you power to find Aziza? If we remove that thing, we might stand a chance. Vidir barely hears him in the chaos. Everyone's desperate cries are taking a toll on his senses. Aziza draws her dagger. I will get it. Finally, he grabs onto the situation. Hold a moment, Vidir shouted, holding his staff to her. She sparkles with the green light like a magical gemstone, and he nods. She darts forward with the other 2 following, easily reaching Orochi before the others are remotely close, bouncing from one head to the other. She manages to evade each head, slipping between their teeth like water, slicing through the weakened chain like butter. From its leg, she springs up and latches it from its neck, soaring and flipping through the air like a performer at a circus. As she falls, a black fire builds in Orochi's mouth, pointed straight at her. She braces, but it's pitiful as all she can do is turn her face. The intense heat radiates, singeing the tiny hairs along her exposed arms and face as she closes her eyes to shield herself from the black corruption. Loud gasps accompany the crackles of fire as they slowly watch as the dark flames exits its mouth. Hotaru releases her spell, falling to her knees from the pain, screaming out to the beast, and Isamu shouts in hopes for a distraction, but it is useless. Her demise approaches. Time freezes. Vidir is left hopeless watching his friend die. In this endless hell he finds himself in, he can't bear accepting her death, begging to the goddess through the chaos in his mind to save her. He promised they would make it back to Alihan. They would be successful in saving the world. It's a reality he cannot accept, and his body comes to peace, finally coming into agreement. His entire being calls out to him. His body absorbs the silver orb's power. A voice from beyond echoes in his mind. Unleash your power. Reveal to the world your true nature. Though Fidir is far out, he reaches his hand out to save her. His heart beats with intensity. His ears boom like thunder, hearing every sound in the village crystal clear. His feet hover above the ground, reviving the grass beneath him with new life. His long brown hair shines and changes with green luminescence. His eyes match his hair, witnessing minute specks of detail within his sight as if he wore magical spectacles. Around every living creature, a faint aura surrounds them like stars in a galaxy, with each being having a unique color. Hotaru glows with a blue aura of courage. Isamu, a red fire of resilience and vigor. Aziza shines with a purity of white like the stars in the night sky. The beast is consumed in darkness with a spark of crimson at its center. Without a thought, a word escapes from his core and a sparkling spell like an aurora escapes his hands. Insulatable! A magic mirror surrounds her and it absorbs the fire. However, it's not enough and it shatters. The black smoke, its heavy smell of toxic and sulfur, engulfs her and she crashes to the floor, lifeless. Orochi shrinks in size due to the loss of residual power. With each moment going by, so does its mass. Aziza! He shouted. However, he hears in the chaos a horrifying bellow nearby. He turns to Orochi to find another head releasing a built fire in its mouth. A torrent of flame spreads and Fidir is caught, wailing as the blistering fire consumes him. His face burns and his skin charred. A moment of his life flashes before his eyes. A horrifying bell rings in the isolated village. Fidir's mother always warned him a day like this would come. The fairies of the village panic and try to make their escape as the sky darkens. In the distance of the forest trees, a black humanoid monster stomps towards them. A woman grabs onto Fidir, and he looks up to the woman, his eyes brimming with tears. Mommy, what's happening? The gentle woman with shining green hair and fair skin kneels down to hug him with a grip like a trap. It's okay, Fidir. Just hold on to me tight and don't let go. A man runs up to them. He is slightly taller than the woman. He has brown hair and clothes of a minstrel. At his waist is a lute, and though his attire is joyous, he carries a battered sword at his side, his face stoic, and his eyes peering at the encroaching darkness. Galen, the woman called, running over with Fidir in her grasp. Her arms enwrapped him to where it hurts. We can't stay here. Please don't rush in. You swore not to use violence. I'm afraid there isn't much of a choice anymore, the man said. It's my fault the Dark Lord knows of this village. Your people have grown to accept me, and I will not turn my back at them for my own personal gain. You can't. Fidir needs his father. He needs his mother more. You two need to get out of here. Find somewhere he cannot reach you. Fidir's mom is hesitant. There is another fairy village on the other side. Go there. But we won't be able to come back. Please don't make me do this, she cried. The darkness closes in. Heavy stomps echo in the forest. A sinister laugh of nightmares rings with cries of death accompanying it. Go now, before it's too late, he ordered, taking his sword and rushing towards the sounds of war. Hold on to Mommy, Fidir, she said, but before she can escape, black shadows with eyes of yellow arise from the earth. Once the flame dissipates, Fidir falls to the floor, lifeless as well. Isamu is left in awe at the destruction. He wasn't strong enough. He lost 2 friends this day, a day he will never forget. All his fire and hope leaves him. The dwarf was right. Isamu was never ready for this. Hotaru screams as she runs to him with a pitiful healing spell to ease the pain. His face is burnt and gone. his robes barely hanging on, yet his hair still shines with vibrant color. "Fidir, can you hear me? Please say something." A light swarms Orochi as it finally disappears, yet left in its place is a weak humanoid figure. The small framed person shrouded in light tumbles to the floor with one leg still planted to the ground. As the light fades, revealing a red kimono, Isamu is left starstruck to who stands before him, unable to speak a word, only a breath of air escaping his lips. A familiar, stern voice calls out, "Hotaru, stand up. Our fight isn't over." She manages to take her eyes away from her dead friend. "Grandma?" Pimiko huffs and groans, yet doesn't present any physical pain. "You have to be unwavering. Not a single ounce of doubt should hold you back. Don't tell me our conversations have been forgotten." "Why?" "It pains me to do this, but as long as I stand, Baramos is an obstacle you can never overcome. Finish my final trial. Don't disappoint me now." Her voice shakes. Her eyes drop with tears as she holds Fidir's body. "I can't." "You can and you will." Isamu grits his teeth, curling his fist, his tears falling from his face, a stinging in his heart at the betrayal. This has to be a joke. My friends died as a trial? "Enough! I will fight you," Isamu cried. "Stay out of this, Isamu. It is a hero's duty to see this through." He steps in between the two. His face holds a powerful determination. "To hell with the hero's duty. You fail to understand that Hotaru isn't and wasn't alone for any of your damn trials. She had us to fall back on, and even now the sentiment we all agreed on still stands. If you stand in our way, and Hotaru can't do it, I will. We will succeed even if I am the one who must lead." She lifts to her feet. "Is that what you wish? Do you revolt against your teachings?" "No," he answered, removing the golden claw from his hand, spiking its fingers to the destroyed soil. He takes a deep breath, arms in a fighting stance he knows and has grown with along this journey, eyes honed in. "I free myself from the shackles of your beliefs." A slight smile spreads across her face and she mirrors his stance. How I long to hear those words. Prove to me my training has not gone to waste. Prove to me the student can surpass the master. They both lunge forward, meeting each other in the center of the desolate waste of the village. Their punches and kicks are fast like flashes of light. Each strike that is blocked echoes across the village like swords clashing against each other in an abandoned battlefield. Through the pain of his aching bones, he neglects their weep and pushes through. Other than their battle cries, Hotaru is heard screaming for the both of them to stop. The day was always meant to come. The day of gaining freedom. His resolve is absolute. Baramos' time is closing in, and Pimiko stands as the final stepping stone. He has endured the horrors of the world and conquered each trial with the merits of his friends and himself. Now he only had to show Pimiko what he had learned. He punches forward with a brutal thrust, yet she dodges and strikes his face with an open palm, breaking his nose and pushing him to the ground. He bounces up, mouth covered with heavy blood, taking away his smell and taste. He strikes again and she retaliates the same. However, he dodges, driving his fist to her face, causing the same affliction. She is pushed back from the forceful strike and wipes the fresh blood off her face. Her eyes narrow like a hawk about to finish its prey, similar to her savagery at the start of the journey. The final blow has come as they are ready for their final attack. Once more they pounce forward with fist reeled back. A scream to rival a volcanic eruption spreads across the land. Both strikes land on each other's face and they stop. Pimiko's fist rests on his cheek, cracking with every push forward, but he doesn't flinch. Instead, his eyes burn with a blistering fire, like which coats the village. With the other hand, he punches her stomach. The intense pain has her stepping back and he takes his hand from her face and drives it forward, again and again, spiking her to the ground. her body breaking through the crust of the earth like a meteorite. Left with no energy to stand back up as she lays a few inches away from the surface, he nearly falls along with her. He takes a calming breath, smearing the blood as he wipes his face. It is done. I have won. I am my own master, controller of my own fate. She mutters a weak sigh. You have become quite a formidable foe. He doesn't say anything, but looks at the dying smile on her face as a white light gathers around her. Though we aren't connected by blood, I am proud to call you my student and grandson. She reaches out her shaking hand, and Isamu kneels down to grab it. He bears no tears for her, yet holds no hatred for his master. She grants him a quivering smile, a smile devoid of worry. You have a good head on your shoulders. Past the mountains of Thedon is the altar to awaken Ramia. Take the orbs there. Promise me to end this chaos. Bring an end to the cruelty and destruction not only of Baramos, but of I as well. The memories of their time flood in. How much he wanted to tell her before the inevitable. How long he wanted to hold a celebration of his success. It was never meant to be like this. His facade is broken. Tears brim in his eyes, muddling the blood on his face. His injured arm trembles as he holds her cold hand, and her body slowly disappears into the light. He looks at her, not like a student of her teaching, but as family. I will, Grandma. You and Dad won't have to worry about anything. Thank you, she whispered, tears managing to briefly form as the light finished taking her to the dark sky above. Hotaru's blood-curdling scream accompanies her, as all that remains are the memories and a final request. Chapter 36. The strong smell of ash rises Fadir awake like the undead. His breathing is heavy and warm, yet the heat from his mouth spreads across his covered face. In his vision there is no black or white. Instead, simply nothing. Normally panic would fill his mind, but he senses a calm aura in his heart, as if speaking of his safety and care. No longer does it conflict like before, but instead complies with his choices and thoughts like a guiding hand of a higher being. He grazes his fingers across his skin to find it patchy, burnt, and dry like bark from an old tree. Lastly, he combs his face and head to find himself wrapped in dry bandages. However, his hair remains undamaged as its long flow reaches down to the firm pillow he lifted his head from. He tries to speak, but his lips struggle to reach each other as if glued in place, uncomfortably stretching and cracking with each breath. Soft footsteps of a small person are heard from a distance. They approach slowly like taking in the sights, yet the emotion coming from the direction is filled with somber and distress. A heavy flap swings open and a cool breeze is pushed into the structure he lies in as it closes. A soft gasp of a young woman's voice echoes in the air. He can sense the person nearby through an aura his heart clearly communicates. Its being the same courageous blue from before. Without the use of sight, he knew who stood before him. His power knew. Hotaru. His head and heart spoke. Fadir! Her soft steps turn to stomps as she rushes towards him. Thank the goddess you're alive. We were all worried for you. Her silent sobbing and wet tears press against his flimsy chest, dampening the bandages covering it. Despite the sudden tackle, he feels no immediate pain, only the weak but consistent toxic burns deep within his skin, barely wrapping his thin arms around her to the best of his ability. With every subtle touch, he feels traces of old dirt and static, as well as deep underneath her skin along her back and arms. Soothing words like a song leave his mouth, and though they are muffled and distorted, they are his words, with his voice. Please calm yourself. Can you tell me what happened? It was awful. Orochi was grandma, and then Isamu fought her, and now she is gone. Her sob grows uncontrollable. It's been a few days since then, but I cannot unsee it. Pimiko was the person I sensed under Orochi. How does this all make sense? He thought. Pimiko raised them up, but to betray them at the end was unlike her. Fidir had no reason or ability due to his newfound calm nature to fret. He only had to understand why. Where's everyone else? Isamu is helping restore the village as best as he can. Aziza has yet to wake up. They say she may already be gone. I'm holding out hope for her as they said the same for you. But you're here. Thank the goddess you're here. Can I go take a look at her? A pause fills the air and her words struggle to leave her lips while she catches her breath. Her body shakes in his arms and he combs her messy, dirty, fuzzy hair to ease her. I'm sorry, Fidir, but I can't. The healer said Orochi's flame spread across most of your body and burnt through most of your skin tissue. Unfortunately, there is no healing spell to remedy this. Your body at this time cannot support you, and I don't know if it ever will. Then carry me. Please, Hotaru. That's all I ask. I don't fully understand what's wrong with me, but inside me is different. It's like I'm being told about people's souls, whether they have been consumed by darkness or hold virtues. Even now I hear many lives have already departed to the great beyond. Bring me to Aziza and allow me to confirm if this voice is correct. Another moment of hesitation, and the air cools with every turn of her cape. The short time feels like grueling hours, waiting for Hotaru to answer. A sharp whisper strikes his ears. Okay. She carefully grabs him, dressing him in a thin garment scented with sanitation. He feels it to be a similar length and texture to his robe. Finally, she lifted his fragile body onto her back. Pressed against her back, the sadness in her heart has faded, and her body radiates a warmth full of vigor and bravery. He hears her boots scrape along the rough dirt, and the flap of the tent opens once more. With each step, Fidir turns his head to sense the chaos around him. The noise is fairly quiet, with groans of pain or silent weeping, and the outside smells of battle are overpowering. But the energy of the people and land swarm the area like a raging battlefield. His heart warns him of the surrounding danger, the booming of their minds and the pounding of their hearts, the desperate cry of the earth. All of it has Fidir flinching to the surrounding intensity. Yet the worst awaits ahead as he faces forward to sense a dark evil. And like before, the dark evil smothers a ball of light, getting smaller with every closing second. Next to the encroaching horror, wailing with screams of demons, is an aura, hot like a forge, but not filled with hate, but determination. Isamu. A flap like before echoes in the ringing chaos, and a familiar manly breath escapes. His voice is strong and young, easy to confirm his thoughts. Hotaru? Is that Fidir? What are you thinking of bringing him here? He needs rest. It was my decision, Isamu. He has nothing to do with this, but he shouldn't be out of bed. Is that Aziza? Fidir asked, flicking his head over to the swallowing darkness. However, he doesn't need their confirmation. The pure aura gives her away. Part of him still hopes they may prove him wrong. Isamu puffs out a bit of hot air before continuing. It is. We don't know what is wrong with her, though. Because of your spell, she doesn't bear any physical injuries, but she has yet to wake up. She may already be gone for all I know. She's cursed. What? Hotaru shouted, her thundering voice disorienting. Are you certain? He struggles to find the words. His dry mouth manages to speak despite the pain they bring him. A darkness is looming around her heart, choking the remainder of its light. It's unholy, just like what Pimiko had. Orochi's flames must have cursed her. Briefly, Isamu mutters something quiet under his breath that gets quickly taken by the light wind. Grandma had the same thing? He takes an audible breath of anger. But that doesn't make sense, Isamu said. You were hit by that fire as well, yet you have awakened. I wish I knew, but I don't know why I haven't been stricken with the same hand. Well, your hair has also changed to that green color, and still glows as when we first saw it. Did you cast a spell on yourself? Could that be the cause of this transformation? He thinks deeply of his final moments. He remembers the emotions that consumed him, the orb's energy pulsating in his robes, the spell he casted, the fire approaching, the strange dream. No. Memory. Was that my home and my mother? It's all too much to think, too much to grasp. His head needs to quiet for a moment before it drives him to insanity. I don't recall. It all happened so fast that it was like my body was telling me to save her with all my being. It felt the same as when I flew through the sky. In fact, these senses I have aren't foreign to me. He shakes his head. I can't think. It hurts. Never mind about me. The white light in her heart is dwindling and we need to do something. Slow down, Fadir. We don't know what you are saying. If you know of a way to save her, then spit it out. That's enough for now, Hotaru said. I can feel you shaking, Fadir. Your body is under too much stress. You need to continue your rest. It was wrong of me to agree to taking you here. Please, Hotaru. We don't have time for rest. Aziza needs our help, and the longer we wait, the more opportunity we lose. He forces his mind to sprint like an old racehorse with heavy stakes on the line. He searches into the depths of his knowledge, only to reach an uneasy solution, one reliant on the goddess. If we can get our hands on an Yggdrasil leaf, we may be able to save her. An Yggdrasil leaf? Hotaru whispered. It was written in the tomes of the church. The scriptures tell of how when the dark world was covered in toxic, the goddess flew to the heavens to retrieve a single sapling from the tree of life, sowing its seed at the center of the land. Once the tree was planted, 100 years passed before the world regained life and color, coating the wasteland in a luscious forest, bearing a special leaf from its branches every century. The leaf of Yggdrasil is said to remedy any illness, curse, and even bring wandering souls back from beyond. Please be serious, Fadir. Those are just stories. This is no time to follow legends. I am serious, Isamu. It's said that the world we walk was once the dark world, and if the scriptures are true, then that would mean Yggdrasil exists. And where is the largest forest? Where is the center of our world? You don't mean the forest north of here, Hotaru answered. We were told our whole lives not to enter them. The trees are never ending and the monsters are ferocious. Get real, Isamu interjected, scaring Hotaru silent with a whimper, her body shaking with fear. You want us to go into a dangerous forest, hoping that this leaf is happily waiting for us to gather it? We don't have time to dawdle in some damn forest. What makes you believe any of this is even real in the first place? Because I have faith it is. Faith? Heavy stomps close in. Hotaru flinches her body, yet Fadir stays facing him and absorbing the spit coming from his mouth. How can you believe in faith? Your face is mostly gone. She has taken your sight. Your goddess has abandoned you. If only you could see the destruction around you, the tears they cry, the horrors of the remains of their loved ones right before them. Where was your goddess during all of this? Aziza is a lost cause, and we have to focus on Baramos before any more of this can happen. It's our job to take fate into our own hands. I don't know why this had to happen. You don't think this has me frustrated as well? I can't lose faith in her. She must have something planned. It has to be. His body burns to fight back, quickly matching his energy. Unlike you, I care about my friends, and I will help those who can still be saved. Not because of my faith, but because of who I am. Baramos does need to be stopped, but not without her by our side. She is family, and I will do what is necessary to bring her back. Deep down the words you spout, you don't believe. Those were Pimiko's words, not yours. As a refresher, your words were a promise to set out on this journey and return back in one piece. Please stop. We can't fight like this. Put me down, Hotaru. Please. Though reluctant, she slowly lowers him, but his feet never hit the ground. He feels himself upright and light as a feather. You're hovering, Hotaru gasped. He floats to the dark aura and feels himself reaching down to it. The repellent noise is deafening with every closing inch, but he finally reaches his hand to touch the small woman's skin. which is soft like silk, and he caresses her short, dirty hair. He presses his other hand to the bandages on his heart and feels an energy of great strength coursing through his veins. He lifts her to his chest and carries her with one hand underneath her head, with the other holding up her legs. He feels the wind and floats through the flap of the tent. "Fidir, wait!" Hotaru called. He tries to focus his senses towards the nearby forest Hotaru mentioned, though he mostly picks up on conversations happening around him, all swarming him like an echo chamber of chaos, soon finding Isamu's voice as he distances himself. "Let him go. We need to focus on Baramos. Once he is done, the monsters will disappear as well. Gather your things, Hotaru. We're heading to Thedon." The sound of a gentle fall hits the soil as footsteps leave the tent, and another sob is added to his ears. Chapter 37. Aziza sniffles as she holds herself, wandering through the new small town. She thinks of her parents, hoping for their return, but has yet to see them since the raid of monsters at Thedon. They stayed and fought to protect their home, their smiles suggesting a quick return, with her boarding the nearest ship to the town of Alihan. Since then, no sign of anyone from the western land has entered through the archway of the isolated kingdom. Her eyes brim with tears, and she keeps her face in her arms, pushing herself forward as a pitiful distraction. A small child's shout fills the air. "Guys, someone new is in town." She peeks her head up to see 3 kids of the same age, wearing similar tunics looking at her. The one up front is the biggest by a couple years, with a black ponytail reaching the back of his neck, donning a green tunic coated in stains of mud. The other boy besides him is smaller and clean with short brown hair. His face is more timid as he shelters himself slightly behind the biggest kid. Lastly is the girl with long black hair, who is far smaller than both of them, closely following the tallest one. As the tallest steps forward, the other 2 must know of her defensive stance and the fear she holds, the young boy matching her energy as if he understands her pain. The tall kid smiles from cheek to cheek as she hides her face in fear of what he might do. She didn't get along with many people at home. In an approaching world of darkness, the children participated as pawns to serve their town. Aziza was more rebellious, drawing unwanted attention as she wanted more out of life than a role in an army, and her parents understood. Only they sought out joy for her, granting her, with what limited resources they had, a childhood to remember. "Did you move here? My name is Isamu. What's yours? Want to be friends?" She sniffs away the tears in her eyes as she can't answer all his questions. How can he be so happy? She pondered, gazing at the fortified walls of the town. The walls not only brought safety to their small piece of the world, but also ignorance. "Look what you did, Isamu," the girl by him yelled and pouted. "You made her cry." He flinches with a face like getting caught by a parent late at night. "I didn't mean to. I was trying to be nice." The other boy interjects between the 2 bickering amongst each other. His voice is calming like the ocean breeze. "It's because you're too loud. You screaming all the time always gets us in trouble." "Hey, I don't scream." A laugh erupts from the sad girl as she covers her mouth. The other kids back at home were taught to respect each other as their parents would. Such actions made the town feel like a lifeless machine spitting orders. But to see the 3 of them banter back and forth was refreshing, like breaking an annoying rule, holding the kids back from having fun or saying what was on their mind. Levity held her head high when deep in ruin. "Good job, Isamu," the boy congratulates. "For once, you being loud made something right." The smaller boy is formal as he places his hand to his chest and bows. "My name is Fidir, and she is Hotaru." Hotaru, with a cheesy grin, waves her hand with extreme speed like a pinwheel in the harsh wind. "My name is Aziza. I just got here and I don't know where my parents are." "You lost your parents? We have to find them," Isamu shouted. "Maybe Mom will know." Where did you last see them? Fidir asked, worried more than Isamu. Thedon. I never heard of that store. Did they open that recently as well? Fidir sighs. No, Isamu. It's another town and it's far away from here. Do you even pay attention to what they teach us? Then where is it? He shrugs. I don't know. She laughs again, though it is brief. The way they speak makes it easy to talk. My parents always told me Thedon was small, but monsters came from nowhere and I was on a boat for a few days. Didn't Dad say something about that place? Hotaru answered. Dad said he was headed to a land far away for a short while. He mentioned something that needed to be fixed. By fixed, did he mean to go fight monsters? Maybe. He is the hero after all. When he gets back, we can ask him. He might know where your parents are too, Isamu said with a sign of hope. Yeah. My dad has been all over the world, and he knows everyone. Her excitement doesn't end, however, as she jumps to the front. I know. Why don't we be a family? I want to be the mom. Isamu laughs. Okay. Fidir can be the dad since that's what he wants to be anyway, and me and Aziza are brother and sister. It's being a father, not a dad. They're different. Aziza laughs once more. I want to play. Great. We can set up our house at the church. He turns to the isolated white chapel near the moat of the castle. The outer pavement of stone is paved with purple flowers. We'd like to play over there, but only when studies are over. Rarely has she heard of playing within the town walls. Such actions were forbidden. But the idea of having friends treat her like family, even if it was pretend, was refreshing. She always wanted to pretend to be a parent like the people she admired most. Yet something in her told her something was wrong, like a gut feeling. The walls were more like a cage and the chapel was off. She recollects it strangely well enough to recall its entrance having more variety in its flowers as Fidir enjoyed bringing as many eyes to the chapel. Another thought crossed her mind. I don't remember playing the child. Wait, none of this is real. She stopped. Once the words were uttered from her lips, a horrifying silence overtook the land. Everything in the vibrant world was now still like a painting. What? The tallest kid muttered. Her stomach twists and something about them is pulling her closer. Aziza must resist. Slowly she steps away from them, and a flash strikes in the clear day. For a brief moment, the children are revealed to be demonic monsters with the town destroyed and covered in toxic. She screams, not sure of what she truly saw. Stay back. Isamu's small arms grow in length, reaching the grass and curling around itself. His eyes hollow, sinking to the back of his head, and his neck elongates to the buildings. A disgruntled scream of malice and child innocence fuse together to create a monstrosity. The nightmarish creature crawls on its hands and feet, propelling towards her. From the black hole of its disjointed mouth with cage-like teeth is Isamu's call to come over. Each cry grows more monstrous. She runs away as fast as she can, but her feet are in place. No matter how fast she paces, no progress is made, and the horror quickly catches up, wailing her name with a child's demonic cry. It wraps its fleshy, tentacle-like arms around her body.
Aziza,
it wails, drawing her eyes to the dark hole in its face. In its depths is a black fire which produces a brutal heat, causing her to sweat. The entrance of the mouth is like a gate to the underworld. She screams as the steel teeth of the beast graze her head. Suddenly, as if the goddess herself heard her shrieks of anguish, a pillar of light strikes down the beast. It disappears in an instant, burning away the poison-covered streets. The remaining people of the town disappear in a flash of white, leaving her alone in the empty daylight streets. Aziza, a familiar voice calls. She turns around to the voice to find a swirling black hole at the entrance of town, not much different from the recent gates she saw. Fidir? The voice doesn't react. It keeps its same tone as it proceeds with its speech. It's Fidir. You are in a curse right now, and I have fed you an Yggdrasil leaf. I sense the evil swarming your heart has been cleansed. You should currently see a portal nearby. Is that really you? She called out, closing in on the portal. Don't be afraid of it. It's your only way out. Please trust me. I trust you, she answered, jumping in the portal, ready for whatever may come, whether in the arms of her friends or at the gates of the goddess's realm. A groan emits as her eyes open. It's blurry at first, but a strong light shines in her face. She looks up to see a masked man in bandages and glowing green hair looking down at her. As she gasps in shock, flicking her head back, a huge green dragon sits at the center of the large, empty, red-tiled room full of glimmering windows. She squirms and screams as she tries to escape the masked person's tight grasp. Aziza, calm down. It's me. She stops as the voice, though muffled, is the voice from before. What happened? Are we no longer among the living? Did that dragon kill me? I can't seem to remember. Fidir? Yes, it's me. I wish I could see you right now, but a lot has happened since you got cursed. He eases his grip, but once free, she lunges up, wrapping her arms around him, full of tears, falling to the ground with her. Please don't let this be a dream, she begged, hoping he wouldn't fade within her arms. Yet no matter how hard she squeezes, she knew he was real before her eyes. You came back. Everything was beautiful, but then you all turned into monsters and... I don't want to even think about it. It was Orochi's curse. It was slowly draining your life away through the cherished memories of your mind, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But you don't have to worry anymore. I swear you will never have to go through that again. Though I feared every second in that forest I wouldn't make it in time. But I couldn't bring myself to stop, not when the energy in your spirit was fighting back. I was told you wouldn't make it, but how did you fend off the curse? A smile of those joyous times struck her like a hammer to an anvil. The memories she holds are crystal clear. Do you remember when I first came to town? Of course. You were sad after leaving your home and family behind. She wipes the tears from her face, thankful to not have fabricated this moment in her life to hide the fears she held. I was the mom. She reels back, finally letting him go. What happened to you? It's all so much that I still don't fully believe, but to try and sum it up, I am a fairy. A fairy? Like the ones back in Nordvik? Yes. A repressed memory came to me. My mother was one, while my father frequented my original home. They fell in love and had me. Though their love was brief, something came after them and she was forced to leave as my dad held them off. I can't recall beyond that, but it's safe to say she had me placed at the hands of the church, hoping the goddess would be enough to save me from whatever came after us. At least that's what I choose to believe, but I fear other possibilities are more plausible. The dragon leans over. However, unlike the monsters they encounter, this dragon has a soft-spoken voice with pure, beautiful eyes. I assure you, Fidir, your parents did everything for the safety of their child, even if it meant throwing theirs away. Where are we, Fidir? Aziza asked. She believed in Fidir and tried to hold no fear of the dragon as he did. Still, it was hard considering monsters are the root of why the world is in chaos. He shakes his head. Sorry for the story. We are in the castle of the Dragon Queen of Yggdrasil Forest. It is far from civilization, a place where all creatures of nature, whether monster, animal, dwarf, or fairy, live together in harmony. As I entered the forest, she called to me knowing the situation I am in. I cannot thank her enough for the support she has provided me. Please, you treat me too well. I wish this was a selfless act. However, I have important information I must share with you. You seek to defeat Baramos, but there is more that lies beneath. Baramos is simply a facade. What do you mean? We were told once we defeat Baramos, the world would return to its normal state. The world will be saved. It would be easier to show you than explain. She tilts her large head and summons forth an orb similar to the 6 from before. However, this orb glimmers like the sun and reflects their faces like a mirror. Aziza grabs hold of it, staring deep at her reflection in the pristine glass.
Gaze deeply, Aziza. What do you see?
She stares into the large orb. It shines with a blinding light. As it flashes, her arms shake, her legs tremor, her lips quiver. An intense exhale escapes her, and she drops the orb and it rolls along the ground.
Who did I just see?
What is it? Fidir shouted. Where is Isamu and Hotaru? I don't know for certain, but they said they want to finish the fight with Baramos. We have to hurry, before it's too late.
Take the orb with you,
the Dragon Queen said.
I unfortunately am not long for this world, but the Sphere of Light should aid you in finishing your mission. March onward, young heroes, and bring forth peace to the world.
At the center of the room where she sits, around her beautiful shimmering green scales, a spotted eggshell of green and white entraps her. The room fills with silence. Only Aziza's footsteps echo in the hollow room as she heads for the large red door at the back. I will tell you everything on the way there. Okay, he answered, holding the shining orb in both hands. Lead us then, and don't worry about me. I'm right behind you. Chapter 38. Alone, Isamu stands staring down the dark mountain shielding the castle of Baramos. Soldiers of the undead stand ready with purple-plated armor and sharp rustic swords for each of their 4 arms. In the black sky above, blue serpent dragons roar a warding sound of doom. Even with death staring him down, he is unfazed, indifferent to their stance. As he takes in the air, he feels the 6 orbs on his person, amplifying his energy. With the immense power flowing through him, nothing could stop him. A sudden blue comet in the wind darts by, landing beside him. He doesn't turn back. Where are they now? He asked, arms crossed, golden claw in hand. The ship is on its way, but shouldn't we wait for them to arrive? We don't have time to waste, Hotaru. The altar we seek stands before us. We clear the way once they show up, and from there they will do the rest. I beg of you to hold off. We may be stronger than we appear, but without Aziza or Fidir, we will be overwhelmed. Fidir is no longer a part of this, he shouted, turning to her. He has done his task and got us far enough. What he does now doesn't concern me. What happened to you? She muttered, reeling back with worry in her voice. The way Isamu speaks and leads has changed. What once was a caring older brother and friend, who spoke with levity, has become a ruthless general, seeing the people around him like pieces on a chessboard. He took Pimiko's final request to heart, sharing the same brutal truth she once held. For him, his revolt against his master will only be complete once Baramos lies dead at his feet. An echo of groans disturbed the air. The skeleton army advances, shaking the earth beneath them. He holds out his claw, eyes darkened and dead like the night. Hotaru is reluctant, but soon joins him with her shimmering sword at his side. Yet he doesn't take the moment to notice his family beside him. We don't have that luxury anymore. No longer is it a matter of want, but instead need. It will help you to understand that well. The poisonous ground quakes with each step, kicking up pools of toxic, spreading the disgusting fumes of rot in the air. He springs forward with a leap like an apex beast, slashing away at the exposed bones at their face, ripping through their brittle bones as if they were dry twigs. His war cry draws the attention of the dead, destroying each of his foes in mere seconds. Hotaru, while aiding in the fight, hasn't reached a fraction of enemies he killed. His kicks and strikes are more wild, while hers is more reformed. The style of fighting he uses is filled with hate, pulling back and driving each fist with every ounce of strength. It's sloppy like how he was when the journey started, relinquishing the refined arts of exploiting the weakness of his foe, like how Pimiko taught him. Yet the way he decimates his foes is working. By the dozens they fall, unable to contain his wrath. But how long could anger hold him? How long until he crumbles to his knees? 100? 1,000? Now he has no signs of stopping. However, so does Baramos' army, currently in an endless stalemate where the only losing participant is the soil of the earth. In the far distance, a shout breaks the illusion of stagnation. "Stay back! The cavalry has arrived!" A boom erupts in the chaos, and they spin to the rear. At the edge of the distant water, an armored ship, dark brown in color, flying white banners. In black and bold at the side of the hull, the name Vento Eterno is shown. It bears several large cannons on the deck with burly pirates loading shots. In the sky, a cannonball crashes into the tainted land, blowing apart the approaching undead army. Left in its destructive wake are the toxic fumes. A war cry followed by another accompanied the cannon's explosions and scent of overwhelming gunpowder. 2 men jump from the deck of the ship, landing with a roll onto harsh land. A smile spreads across Hotaru's face. "Simon! Robin Hood!" Isamu keeps himself from being distracted, keeping his eyes on the mountain which guards Necrogond. The two charge headlong into battle, past Isamu, swinging like madmen, tearing through Baramos' forces, dodging the falling destruction of cannon fire. Robin Hood clears a way to the ashy mountain. His axe easily clears the steel-plated skeletons, their loud steel clanging against each other as they fall, like brushing clutter off a table. "It's all you from here. Better show me what that sword can do," Robin Hood announced, reeling back as Simon took the spotlight, drawing the enemies to him. Simon takes his new sword, shining like the sun, hilt-coated in beautiful green scales. He winds the bastard sword back with 2 hands. He screams at the top of his lungs, and the blade glows with blinding light before he swings. Like ripples in water, a giant gust of violent wind coasts along the ground, cutting the grass, thick trees, and Baramos' army without fail. The impending wave of death cleanly cuts through the mountain, severing it in half. The topside tumbling like a rock slide coated the sky with brown dust. Simon holds his blade skyward, a smile held up with victory, one of which hasn't been seen when they left him to gather his thoughts. Witness the might of the legendary mountain cutter, a blade capable of slicing through all that stands in its path. Way to go, kid. And here I thought you were spouting some obscene nonsense. Now all that's left is the altar. It shouldn't be far from his castle, Isamu announced. A storm brews in the distance. A horrifying bellow shakes the land, ocean, and core of their chest. The ocean's wave grow ever more violent. They look to the ship as a familiar sight of danger claws its way up the hull. A pirate darts at Maria at the sturdy and wide bowsprit. "Captain, mermen are climbing to the deck. We are surrounded. Let them come," she shouted. "About time I got revenge on that squid. Come on, Squidzilla. See if you can ravage my ship." Her call echoed like an ancient summon. From the depths of the ocean, bubbles boil to the top of the water. Hot steam pushes to the railing of the ship. Black tentacles emerge from its depths, soon followed by its head. Though the ship is larger than the one before, the oceanic beast still surpasses its size. One eye stares at the struggling pirates, however the other has dried with a sharp knife at the center of its dead pupil. Simon and Robin Hood ready their weapons. All she seeks is revenge for the sinking of her ship. "I knew that woman was crazy," Robin Hood spouted. "Aren't we all?" Simon stares back. "We will stay behind, find the altar, and free Ramia." Without another word, he jumps forward towards the fray, Robin Hood trying to match his pace. There it stands, guarded only by a moat of toxic waste, Baramos' castle. Alone it sits on an isle of desolate land, its bleak walls dilapidated and falling apart. No monsters roam the land, only the dark, tall grass and eerie sound of dragon roars cover the land. Out in the distance of the barren plains is a tower, yet unlike the castle, it is pure, clean, as if it was newly constructed. Everything in the land of Necrogon seems off from the stories of its dangers. Hotaru was on edge as she stood close to her brother, afraid of what might crawl from the ground. Her anxiety continues to grow. Now, a physical representation of the end was visible. In her mind, she failed Pimiko's request. When the final showdown presented itself, she faltered. Only thanks to Isamu are they still standing. Could she redeem herself for her final bout? Part of her struggles to find the answer, partially hoping Isamu will continue to take the reins and be recognized as the hero instead. Isamu stares up at the tower's peak, leading to the black clouds above. That must be the altar. I don't understand, Hotaru whimpered, and he turned to her. Her eyes gazed upon the castle. Did Dad really go up against this? We were told of the dangers this place holds. Don't throw caution to the wind. Baramos has likely laid a trap for us. But where? Even the volcano Dad threw him in isn't present. Baramos has to have destroyed it upon his return to avoid falling for the same mistake. Everything will be clearer once we end this. He steps to the tower before him, with Hotaru hesitant to follow, slowly trailing along as she keeps her eyes on the castle. They look up at the tower of white, watching it rise above the clouds. At the front of it is a staircase that spirals to the top. The path up is cramped and dark, with its walls closing them in. Their footsteps echo on the ancient stone, and then a light shines at the top. They stop at the top of the staircase, stunned as to what they see. The massive empty room of large pedestals in a circle is bright like the morning sun, yet not blistering hot. They stand on the roof, looking at the blue serpent dragons flying past them, though they appear unaware of their existence. The 6 pedestals are like large chalices, with the front being the largest, and at its center is a spotted massive white and golden egg. It's bigger than Isamu and the largest pedestal. As they get close, its calming warmth radiates throughout the area, enough so to make the recent rages of war feel distant. As Hotaru approaches the egg, she catches traces of water on her boots. Upon looking at her feet, there is a wide puddle with small traces of frost. Has someone taken shelter here? But how is this possible? She pondered. 2 female voices echo softly. Heroes of the dark world, what you seek lies isolated in the shadows. Return the goddess's gift to their rightful place, and awaken the light upon the world to reveal the land before you. Hotaru flinches, shooting back up to her feet. What's wrong? Isamu said, scouting around the room. Didn't you hear that? Hear what? 2 women just spoke. They said something of returning the goddess's gift. I think they were saying to put the orbs on the pedestals. Are you certain? He pulls out the largest orb. The purple orb. I guess we won't know till we try. He leaves and circles around the room, placing one orb after another. Hotaru stares back at the egg and is left in shock. Her body freezes in place. 2 short women in orange ceremonial clothing stand next to the egg. Their long black hair covers their face, and atop their head are horned crown-like antlers, completely silent, waiting for Isamu to finish. The last orb fits into its slot, and the steel torches around each orb miraculously alight. The women place their hands on the egg and it shakes. Return to the world, Ramiya. Fly our heroes through the heavenly skies. A crack echoes and soon another. A blinding light peeks out from the egg as it violently shakes. Isamu runs over to Hotaru, awaiting the creature inside to fully emerge. A flash erupts, forcing them to shield their eyes. A loud screech like an eagle pierces the air. Lowering their hand, and above, flying in the sky, is the legendary bird of the goddess. Ramiya. The large phoenix has wings of pure white, with the tips being vibrant ranges of red and green. Its flowing crest is red like fire, with 2 long tail feathers with a sunset color. Above those are peacock feathers, and finally is a black circling frill around its neck, like a royal coat of an aristocrat. As it descends, the wind it conjures pushes them slightly back as it returns to the center. Its narrow eyes stare them down, awaiting their next move. "So we hop onto this thing and land onto his castle?" Isamu asked. "It has to be," Hotaru answered, but she wasn't confident in her words. She should be in complete shock, screaming from ear to ear, but her emotions are already running rampant. This encounter only felt expected from everything she has seen so far. It lowers its body, presenting its wing as a stair to its back. Isamu steps softly upon its wing, hanging onto the feathers of its back. The warmth is divine, and the softness is enough to put anyone into a deep sleep. The beating of its heart is large, but gentle, and its eyes are sharp, yet kind. "Hurry up." "Okay," she answered, once more looking down at the ruined castle. The final battle was moments away. Chapter 39. In a glorious light, blazing like the desert sun, Ramiya flies high in the sky, warding away the black thunderous clouds, swooping towards the castle with a marvelous cry. The dozens of blue-scaled serpents, eyes sparkling with electricity, cast torrents of blazing flames, summoning bolts from the clouds with a roar upon the holy phoenix. But it isn't enough, as it is absorbed into the shining white feathers. Ramiya dives into the ones creating a blockade to the castle, and they explode in a white flash, erased from the sky with a resounding crash. Finally, Ramiya cries once more, entering into the destroyed land of the castle. Its talons grip the tall grass. The bright light around its body fades, and it waits patiently for their departure. Quickly they leap off the warm comfort of its back, planting their feet on the broken stones that lead to the castle's entrance. Ramiya doesn't speak, but from the soothing look of its bright blue eyes, it's easy to tell the goddess's creation wishes them well on the journey ahead. It flaps its massive wings, blowing the tall dark grass and unsteady stone to the toxic moat, finally reaching the clouds in the sky to return to the fight. The roars of the dragons are accompanied by Ramiya, yet they are nowhere to be seen in the black night sky as its shine disappears. Hotaru peers into the sky, hearing their fading cries of battle, the dissipating booming of thunder striking down on their morale, leaving them isolated onto the land. There is nothing more she can do to aid the Phoenix, yet Hotaru's heroic magic is unnecessary as its power is infused with the orbs, unfortunately, leaving Hotaru reliant on her own strength, unknowing if she can control the electricity coursing through her veins. But no longer would she have to ponder this worry, for all that is left is the Archfiend's castle. From up close it supports hundreds of rooms upon several floors. The castle is bleak in color, and the windows are shattered with overgrown foliage consuming the walls. There is not a monster in sight, nor sound guarding its walls, only the pools of poison that coats the grass and stone. Isamu, undaunted by the eerie silence, the lack of life, leads forward, stepping towards the main gate of the castle, avoiding the empty guard towers that somehow still stand on the sides. With the cold air pushing against their backs, they quickly reach the destroyed wooden gate of the castle. Hotaru ponders to herself about the trial before her, or more so, lack thereof. Pimiko stated the dangers that loom in Necrogond, the imminent death that awaited them if unprepared. Yet nothing here had any resemblance of the Archfiend's return. Could she have been wrong? Hotaru thought. But Pimiko's words, for a brief moment, rang like alarm bells to warn of a coming disaster. Discover the truth. Focus, Hotaru. She snaps out of her head, joining Isamu at the door. Sorry. She simply follows, battling herself on whether to warn him or let him go. There is a hole big enough for them to walk through. However, a foul smell of toxic and dried blood poured out from the inside. Hotaru is hesitant as she shields her nose. Isamu, on the contrary. He takes a step in, guiding her to follow like a terrifying ride. Past the door, blaring crackles of fire surround the room, bringing silence to what little sound came from the outside. The room before them coated red with furious hot blazes of dozens of steel torches planted into the hard stone, their faces dripping with sweat. The ripped red carpet leads up to the throne, circled off by a pool of black sludge, much like the castle's moat. At the throne, an ominous cackle haunts the room. "Show yourself," Isamu shouted, slamming his claw into the metal torch, announcing his arrival. The sound of deep gargling replies back.
"You finally made it."
Hotaru jumps next to Isamu, with her sword ready. Her hands shake along with her breath. "This is our final moment. Grandma, Dad, give me strength," she prayed, holding her sword out.
"Hotaru, is it?"
the relaxed yet frightening voice said.
"I hear it is you who are the world's new hero, the one to take the place of your father."
"Enough of this, Baramos," Isamu yelled again, attempting to draw his attention. "Show yourself now."
"You are quite an impatient one. However, you are irrelevant to the equation. It is the hero I seek."
"Once I put my claw to your throat, you will wish to have taken me more seriously."
"So hate is what drives you. Surely your dear grandmother would have taught you better."
"How do you know Grandma?" she whispered, choking on her breath.
"You precious little hero, I know all. From the moment you were born to the moment of your departure."
A massive shadow appears before the throne,
ending with the moment of your demise.
The light reveals the large figure. Standing atop the rancid poison is a burly humanoid, twice the size of Isamu. His round head has a massive horn at the top and a large beak made of flesh. He wears a massive mage's robe with a purple cape. His feet have 3 talons, nails black like tar. However, only one hand similar in size is seen. She stops and stares at him. Something is wrong. One of his hands is missing, and his green robe is drenched with dried blood. A grim smile spreads upon his face. "You look like you already have 1 foot in the grave," Isamu said, eyeing him down.
"It is foolish to assume the strength of your opponent with a simple glance. Such observations are a quick and sound way to meet your end."
"Something doesn't seem right, Isamu. Nothing that Grandma warned about is happening. And what do you suggest we do? Walk away until he fully recovers? He won't get the chance. She can't bring him to stop. Baramos must be taunting him, pulling him into a trap. But Hotaru can't figure it out. The empty castle, the lack of resistance. It all has her stomach twisting and her mind spinning."
"It is a fight you seek, correct? To bring peace back to your precious world. Here I patiently wait. All I ask is your confirmation. Are you ready?"
"If you can't bring yourself to do it, Hotaru, then I will." He steps forward, claw pointed to the Archfiend's throat, just as he had threatened. "Let's end this, Baramos." An evil laugh escapes his lips. He lifts his hand in the air, snapping his sharp fingers together. The sound ripples through the air, and the light disappears in an instant, leaving them in complete darkness. No longer does his haunting voice bounce around the freezing room, but instead the terrifying silence. "Behind you!" Isamu shouted, pushing Hotaru out of the way. Baramos belches a fierce fire, setting ablaze the torn fabrics of the ruined audience chamber. Together they clash claws, exchanging pushaways, avoiding devastating strikes. The cries of war and ringing of steel and bone fill the room. Despite his large size, his speed is quick enough to catch Isamu trying to get behind him, retaliating against any trick he attempts, resorting in the two relying on pure strength. Hotaru is stunned by the chaos, frozen in place, the wildfire consuming the corners of the battlefield. Another belch releases from his mouth. Isamu dodges with finesse, driving his claw underneath his chin. She needs to aid him, but she can't bring herself to move. This has to be what he wants, she thought, catching glimpses of Baramos' haunting grin. Finally, a deadly strike connects and the claw pierces through the top of his mouth. He doesn't scream in pain, but the purple fresh blood that coats Isamu's claw is enough of an indication of the damage. Baramos teleports to the chair, holding his bleeding chin, heavily breathing. How can this be? Is he immortal? Is that the trick? She thought, feeling the intense heat slowly approaching. The archfiend who brought destruction to the world, responsible for the death of Ortega, exhausted after a single bout. Yet his grin remains, taunting Isamu to finish the fight. He lunges forward with his claw aimed for his neck, his eyes dead on like an assassin. Baramos doesn't block, simply waiting. "Wait!" A voice called from outside the castle walls. Isamu drives his claw into his neck and he falls to the floor. Two people dart into the pitch-black room. That green glow! It couldn't be! Thanks to the green luminescent light, she sees that one is a woman who darts in with the other being a man. However, the unique hair of the woman and man are enough to awaken Hotaru from her trance. "Vidir and Aziza?" Hotaru screamed. The earth violently shakes. The walls of the castle tumble and crash. Baramos laughs maniacally, coughing up blood with every squirm of his body.
The end is upon you now. Father awaits.
The demonic voice booms in the air. The echoes shake them to their core. Something of higher power has made its entrance.
Baramos, my son, you have failed me once more.
Please forgive me, Father. My body has yet to fully recover, and I lack the necessary troops. Please lend me your strength, and I will do as you bid. Give me a second chance.
Silence! I granted you enough power and soldiers to redeem yourself, and yet you still beg. You are a fool to assume I was a leader who blunders into the same mistakes.
Baramos flounders about as his voice shakes. Finally, his grim smile is gone.
I never meant any of that, Father. I only wanted what was best for your kingdom.
Violent thunder echoes in the castle walls, and a bolt of lightning strikes down and sets Baramos ablaze. He screams as his body burns, begging for forgiveness. His panicked voice fizzles out with the fanning flames. "Zoma," Vidir called out, "you are the true evil behind all this, the one who brought chaos to the goddess's world."
You have learned the truth of my existence.
A laugh of malice screams.
Listen well, weak heroes. I am Zoma, ruler of the underworld. You all have proven worthy of my acknowledgement. But now I'm afraid your efforts have been for nothing.
"That's what you think," Aziza snapped back. She hides something behind her cloak, soon bringing it to light. She holds high above a shimmering orb of various translucent colors, switching between the colors of the 6 orbs. A beam of light shoots to the throne and a demonic scream echoes across the room. The light fades and left in its wake is the villain behind the voice. At the top of the throne, spread across the wall and static is a large blue face. The monster's eyes are pure black like the depths of the ocean. Sharp, rigid, saliva-covered teeth. Finally, a bloodshot massive eye atop its head. Frantically scanning them, every blink is heard as it squishes like stepping on gunk. Zoma growls in pain. His illusion fades. The ground beneath tears open with a slit, growing larger by the second. It splits apart the castle, and like a tornado, it sucks the torches, the walls, everything. They hold as tight to the remaining floor as they can.
You will meet a fate worse than death for your actions. Suffer in my realm. Rot away in the underworld. Beg for your goddess as the hope leaves your eyes as I take your souls.
The massive pit sucks them in, and they scream out as they plummet to the dark abyss.